Yeah, so what are you drinking? Oh, you drinking the last red, white, and berry?
Yeah, I was curious what you was drinking, but I was like, that probably a little later.
Well, because Al mentioned last week the Kraken, and I was looking over at it, and I'm like, that thing
Unleash the Kraken.
It's actually been here because we haven't touched it. Last time anyone
is a legend.
Was here.
Only a few people were.
Was Selena. So it's coming on a year. This Kraken's been here for almost a fucking year.
Where's the Kraken?
That's rare. I got it.
There.
I need a bigger cup though. You don't got any like red plastic cups or anything?
Upstairs. Let me pause this real quick then.
You got any ice? After a powerful celestial legend.
Oh my! Oh shit!
You see how you reacted there? I know it ain't no joke, bro.
The Kraken is still as harsh as I remember it.
Yeah.
Imagine we had a drink named after Lord Beerus. I would definitely go be like,
you know what?
I'm gonna be tapping this table on the episode, be like, hey, yo, Lou, you want some of that Beerus?
I would say copyright that, but we don't own the character Beerus. But I'm surprised some sick bastard didn't do that already, like Beerus.
They'll get sued from whatever animation owns the rights to Dragon Balls.
Yeah, really. So
get 4 or 5 shots in your system, then you want some pudding.
Yeah.
You start yelling for weeks to bring you food.
Right.
I think we talked about that. Like me and Al, we'd laugh. Like, why people would ask me, like, "Why is Beerus your favorite character?" I'm like, the fact that he will end a planet over a fucking cup of pudding. Like this cat is awesome. Like seriously,
you must be in Beerus mode because you rocking purple the whole 9.
I love Beerus. He was my favorite part of Dragon Ball Super. Because, like, and you still to this, I mean, I'm not sure how far the manga goes, or I can't even say it, manga, but like Beerus,
you said it right.
You still have no, like, that's what I like about him. He's mysterious because as of right now, you still have no actual fucking, like, way to measure what he's truly fucking like. Because you know, whether it's watching Super or even like the movie, well, if you're watching Super or Battle of Gods, both versions, him and Whis change up his power level in a sense, how much he's spent, but he even says, like, he's nowhere near had any reason to go all out. So you still have no actual fucking clue how.
We only seen, I think, 70-75% of his
power. And then the funny part is, even when Whis says that, though, you're not even sure if that, like, how do you know if he wasn't just bullshitting?
Highballing? Yeah, you're right.
It's like, I mean, for all we know,
that's a good question.
For all we know, Whis could have been using fucking 5% of his power. You still have no clue. The only thing that Beerus is scared of is obviously Zeno, because, Zeno can just destroy anything. But besides him, though, it's like...
I'll be scared of Zeno, too. Yeah. See, it's already bad enough there's a powerful being that will tear shit up over pudding.
Yeah.
Zeno, on the other hand, you just have to disagree with him. Hey, man, I don't like your political views. You want me to erase you? No!
Yeah. I was reading an article about him a couple days ago. The reason that Goku and Zeno get along so well is because they're both childlike idiots, just different versions. But yeah, Zeno, in some ways, that's what's scary about Zeno is imagine a being that's like childlike,
but that powerful
with all omnipotent power. Like,
yeah.
He's been able to rub anything out of existence with a snap of his finger.
And just like, I mean, having something that powerful, like, with the IQ of like a 4-year-old, and we've all seen, like, you give a fucking 4 or 5-year-old a temper tantrum or something wrong and they snap, and the being of like all creation, oh shit.
Also is because of that bridal purity and innocence that children wield. The same way they wield it when they're happy and the best of moods and vibes, it unleashes when they're at their worst. There's no chains holding it back.
Yeah.
Insane.
So, oh Christ. So
let's jump into it, guys. What's on your agenda for tonight? What articles do you have?
I figured let me do my first story, and then I'm gonna say, of course, I had to tell Selena everything afterwards, and she's like, I'll get into like Selena's reaction, and when she's coming into her own of being a pure asshole towards me in a funny way, and I'm like, keep fucking laughing about so. And at one point she starts laughing. She's like, if that was me, Chris, I would have busted out crying, and I'm like, I may have cried. So. Oh, Christ. Yeah, Al was the first person I texted. That's what, Lewis, I said to Al, I was like, Al, I've had a day as a friend and to me, like, you're like family and shit. And before you come over next time, I need to know how strong your stomach is. and I'm going to be tagging. So I told my friend Mike, I'm going to tag him and some other people. I'm going to let Carlton know, if you want to hear something really fucking funny but gross at the same time, let me tell you about what happened to Chris this week at work. So...
I remember you saying that when we linked up for the podcast, you wanted to tell me about it.
Oh, Christ. So, I'm not sure what started it. I'm pretty sure it's fucking the movie, because I took my son to go see, oh, Christ, what the hell we see? Well, he never seen Detective Pikachu. So I was like, Dad, let's go see Detective Pikachu. Sure, it's only $5. So I dropped Celine off at work, and I take him to Crossgates Mall, and I get large fucking popcorn with butter. Something must have been in that fucking butter. That's all I can say, because... So it's Wednesday morning, and imagine waking up and you're going to work, all right? So I'm in fucking work. It's about 5:30 a.m. I'm in my bus, and there's a bus in front of me. So I'm waiting to fucking... That's what they call pull out, and waiting for the bus in front of me to get going.
What is it called again?
Pulling out. Yeah. That was what
Chris doesn't do.
Yeah. No. I really don't though, but so as I'm waiting patiently to pull out, I'm sitting there and like out of nowhere, it's, I said 5:45 in the fucking morning, get ready to leave, and then start feeling like that rumbling in your stomach and think, okay, it's just a rumbling, nothing major and shit. So I'm leaving the garage, I'm heading towards the mall, and out of nowhere, the rumbling turns to like a severe pain. Like, okay, this ain't too bad. It's like, you know what? I'm gonna get to the mall. There's a gas station adjacent to the mall. I can go to the gas station, take care of myself and everything. And as I'm fucking driving on the highway, now the pain turns into like an even more unbearable pain. Down to the point where it's like, oh shit, this is getting kind of fucking bad. And out of nowhere, the pain turns into like an audible, you can hear your stomach and your intestines making all kinds of noises to the point where it's like, oh shit, I'm not sure if I can make it to the fucking mall, because it's about a 10-minute drive on the highway to the mall. I start driving more and more out of nowhere. Now it's just like, it felt like someone just kicked me right in the fucking balls. To the point where I'm like looking over at the shoulder of the highway thinking, if I have to, I'll pull this bus over on the fucking edge of the highway and just unleash nuclear warfare if I have to. But I'm like, okay, I can hold it in. I'm fucking driving more towards the mall. Out of nowhere, I feel like just a little tip of just like a smallness of a first squirt. And they're like, oh shit. I'm thinking, okay, you know what? It's just a little bit fucking wet. We can make it to the gas station. It's no big fucking deal. I'll get some paper towels and shit. And like, we can still recover for this. It's not that bad and shit. Driving about 30 more seconds, and that little fucking squirts fucking just kind of hits me a second time. And I'm like, oh fuck, oh god. I don't know if I can make it now at all to the fucking wall. Now I start kind of like almost sitting / standing up and shit, just trying to maneuver your body any way you can to like just not. I was like, please fucking, for the love of God, let me make it to the mall and to the gas station. I'm hitting the fucking ramp going up Western Avenue to the fucking mall. Out of nowhere, it's like, I don't know how to fucking describe it. My body took over where I had no, like fucking, imagine biting your lip, your head is full of fucking sweat, and you're just gritting your fucking teeth, like just praying 30 more fucking seconds to make it. Out of nowhere, my stomach was like, fuck you, Chris. And you just fucking feel it hit you like a cork popped. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, the past few days, how to describe this to you and Al and anybody listening, it's like something hits you where it's like, it feels so good. I let out an audible moan. You know what I mean? Like, at the same time, your nose hits you. You're like, oh fuck. Like, it smells like, from the pit of hell itself is coming out of me and shit. And at this point, I'm not even pushing. It's coming out whether I want it to or not. And I'm smart enough to fucking, because we have to drive with our shirts tucked in, to untuck my shirt to kind of save some kind of fucking like grace and stuff. And I told Selena, she's like, I'm gonna throw up Chris. Like, honey, I'm not even lying. It's pure fucking hot liquid and nothing solid. It's just all at this point wet. And as I'm fucking driving up the ramp towards Crossgates, I'm feeling it spread from like the left butt cheek to the fucking to the right butt cheek. And I'm sitting there fucking I'm sitting there driving. At this point, I'm almost crying, and I'm like, how does something feel this good and feel this horrible at the same time? Because what made the what made the peak of it worse is when you feel it creeping up your balls, and you're like, oh, Christ. So I finally hit the light off the ramp. I run every fucking red light to the point where if they pull the camera footage, if they want an explanation, I'm gonna give them an explanation. Like, guys, this is why I ran 3 red lights for. So as I'm running the red lights, then I fucking feel up my back, creeping up my fucking back, and I'm like,
officer, his bowels didn't respect the stop signs.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So, all right. So I'm gonna creep my fucking back, and I'm like, there is no fucking God. There is no God. I'm like, this is actually fucking happening. Okay, just make it to the gas station and end the fucking misery. So I zoom fucking past the bus stop, and of course it's like 6:01 in the morning. There is fucking street lamps and stuff inside the parking lot next to the gas station. It's every fucking street lamp is on, so there's no darkness at all. And I'm like, this isn't fucking fair. And I'm like, I finally fucking maneuvered the bus between 2 street lamps to get kind of like a darkness area, and I fucking turn the fucking bus off and jump out like fucking Batman. And shit. I look over to the left of me, there's a hotel. The hotel has like 1 light on and shit. I swear to God, 2 guys must have seen me from a distance, but at this point, I don't fucking care. Right where the parking lot is at, there's in Al Lewis would know this, where its cross gates is at. There's like a little grass area. I try my best hobbling over to the fucking grass, and I'm like, I can't take this. I rip off my work pants and fucking boxers, and instead of doing a squat, it's like a kind of a mid-air kind of fucking squat, and bend over a fucking log and just like let everything out, and you can hear and smell just like sewage. I'm just like, this isn't fucking fair. Why, guys? Happened to me before, so I don't know. So I had enough sense to grab my fucking work bag. Al knows this. Sometimes we take some the work fucking thick paper towels and stuff. I had 2 of those in my hand. I try patting myself down. I look over. It's like a fucking wet brown rag. It's just like, so I whip into the fucking forest, and I'm like, okay, all right, fuck, it's over. If I make it back to the bus into the freaking gas station, maybe I can clean up a little bit. So of course Selena was like, Chris, where's your underwear? I was like, well, honey, sometimes a man has to know when it's best to let things go. All right. So some things are beyond saving, because next to the fucking bus, I pick up what was my boxers, and she's like, what happened? I'm like, imagine a brown, yellow diaper that's soaked. Like, so I look over to the fucking forest, and like a fucking slingshot just whoosh, and fucking launch it into the fucking trees, and it's like, I hope somebody finds that. I don't give a fuck. Oh, man. So now I'm in fucking front of the bus, and Al knows this. When you first turn the buses off, there's a timer, so all the cameras are still on for a good 10 minutes and shit. So if anybody sees what happened, what am I gonna tell you? So I gotta fucking throw my pants back on, because I can't go into the gas station pantless. And I'm looking over, I'm midway through the fucking parking lot. The gas station's a good like 100 feet away, and I'm like, I cannot right now physically walk to the gas station covered in my own excrement and shit, you know? So I get back into the bus. I'm trying to fucking start the vehicle, and the description of me, imagine standing up, trying to fucking put the gas on the fucking bus and brakes and shit. I get to the fucking very edge of the parking lot, and my fucking foot is slipping. I find this fucking mashed brakes on. The whole fucking bus leans forward. Turn the bus off. I wasn't daring sitting on the seat. Like, it didn't matter at that point. So it's funny how motivation kicks in, because then I turn the bus off, I jump out the fucking bus, and in that moment, I swear to anybody, if you would have had me race a cheetah, I would have fucking beat the cheetah. Because it's how fucking fast I could move fucking from this bus to that goddamn gas station. So I'm fucking running full fucking speed. I'm seeing people walk out of the gas station. I'm thinking to myself, oh God, somebody's gonna see the fucking whole back of my fucking pants. It's obvious and shit. Nobody noticed anything. I run to the fucking front. I see the person who works inside the gas station / stewards. They're looking away. So I dash into the bathroom. Slam the fucking door shut. Take the pants off. Throw the pants in the sink, because I don't want them on me. So I look over at the toilet, like another like agonizing punch hits me in the stomach. I'm like, not again. Oh Christ. So look at the toilet seat. The toilet seat looks worse than my pants do. And I'm like, how does anybody destroy a toilet seat like this? And I'm like, oh fuck Christ. So I gotta grab some paper towels and some quick soap and pat down a toilet seat to the best of my ability, and just sit down again and just like, here's fucking number 3. Just like, I'm surprised nobody heard what came out of me. Like, mostly like a nuclear explosion went off. So that's a good 30 seconds again, and I'm like, I'm trying to pat myself down. Fucking forget it. I sit up, flush the toilet. walk to the fucking sink, and just, the whole fucking, my legs and where the ass part's at is covered, and just, I don't know how to describe it. So I start rinsing shit out in the fucking sink. All down the drain is like brown, yellow water just coming off my fucking pants.
Hey, Chris. I got a question.
Projectile vomit on you, Chris.
Hey, Chris, I got a question.
Sure.
When you said all the description, is this how you looked?
Actually, that's green. Mine was yellow, so yellow/brown. But
It sounded like your bowels was wearing a yellow lantern ring.
So now my fucking pants are fucking...
A lot of fear came out.
So now my fucking pants are obviously dripping freaking wet. I just put them back on. I can feel like I'm assuming some clean water and some whatever dripping into my fucking shoes. Now I'm gonna slosh back to the fucking bus. Now I'm telling myself, you know what? I can't drive this fucking bus. This is 6:10 in the morning. My shift is 4 hours long, and I'm like, for the next 4 hours, I gotta sit in myself, and I'm like, fuck, man. So I pull in the fucking to the bus stop there. Thank God nobody's at the fucking bus stop at 6 a.m. Okay, cool. I'm like 9 minutes late. I'm surprised dispatch didn't call me. At that point, I didn't give a fuck. So I'm gunning it down Western Avenue. Nobody gets on the fucking bus. I'm like, thank God it's just me. Finally, I'm passing the Stewart's on Western, and I hop out of fucking Stewart's. Okay, cool. You know, at this point, I need a fucking coffee. If I ever needed a coffee in my life, today's the fucking day. And thinking, coffee has a natural laxative, but could it get any worse than this right now? Thank God I found a fucking bottle of Febreze. And I'm like, bought Febreze, was $5. I overpaid. I didn't give a shit. That bottle of Febreze could have costed $30, and I wouldn't have fucking cared at that point. Capitalism for you. So I grabbed that in the coffee. I hobble back to the fucking bus. I do what I can to basically spray the fucking, because as soon as you open the fucking doors, you can tell like the fucking bus smells like death. And I'm like, you're waiting for somebody to come on the bus. Somebody's gonna notice this, because I can notice it. And I'm like, I'm Febrezing the seat down, drinking coffee, thinking this is officially the worst day of my fucking life. And I'm like, so I'm driving down to finish the run. I get down to the staging area, and thank God I hop out of the fucking bus, and no one's there. I go to one of the porta potties, and they got fucking hand sanitizer. I'm sanitizing the fuck out of my hands and patting my ass and patting my fucking ball area, hoping the hand sanitizer may help out a little bit. I can't even fucking tell, but like, I walk back to the bus again, get a 10-minute break. I just fucking Febreze the entire fucking seat down. I take my blue shirt off. Despite me untucking my shirt, I was still sitting on it. The fucking bottom of my polo shirt, it was like a fucking circle where you can smell it. And I'm like, oh, motherfucker. So I Febreze my entire work shirt down, thinking, I gotta sit in this for 3 more fucking hours. And oh, Christ. Basically, fucking, I wind up the next couple hours just like dealing with it. And what makes it worse is because Al knows this. We have to wear masks. So I'm driving the bus with the mask on the entire fucking time, and like, there's no one denying the fucking smell. And so finally I fucking get done. I'm like, oh, thank fucking Christ. And as I pull back into the fucking garage, I give the bus one last look over. I Febreze the entire seat down again. Now at this point, I put like half the bottle of Febreze into the driver's seat. Yeah. It's like damp with fucking Febreze. I look over and smell, and I'm like, you know what? Someone's gonna, even with that much Febreze, somebody's gonna notice this. And I'm like, and of course, Selena was like, did you put that down in the write-up book? What would you put down? Like, you think I'm gonna put this down in my book? Like, hey, guess what I just fucking did? So I was like, hell no, I didn't. Yeah. So I texted fucking Al. I was like, Al, for Christ's sakes, I'm gonna take about 4 fucking showers when I get home. I have to take my blue shirt off because I don't want to sit in the car now, because now it's gonna be stuck in the fucking car. I fold my shirt to the best of my abilities into kind of like a mini square and sit directly on this. Don't even put my back anywhere near the back of my seat. Make it home. I go upstairs, fucking fully freaking clothed and stuff. Hop in the fucking shower. I'm peeling each garment of fucking clothes off me one at a fucking time. And like, I told Selena, she's like, Chris, you're gross. I'm like, honey, I looked at my calves. My calves were fucking stained with just yellow shit and everything. And just like my feet between my toes, it went fucking everywhere. And I'm scrubbing my work shirt, my fucking work pants, my socks, no underwear at this point, and everything. I come downstairs and she's still sleeping. I throw fucking 3 Tide Pods, not 1, 3, into the fucking washer. I'm telling her about this. She's laughing her ass off. After the clothes are done, I check the fucking smell. I washed those fucking clothes 3 times before I had to go back to work. And of course, And being a bitch as she is, she's like, "Oh, see, I feel so bad for you. Like, you're such a fucking shitosaurus." I'm like, "Go fuck yourself," you know. She's like, and she goes take a piss, comes back out, rub my belly. "I love you so much, baby. Like, you're so cute. Like, Mister fucking poops a lot." And I'm like, "You fucking bitch." And I'm like, and she's like, "Oh," she's like, "I'm so glad it didn't happen to me." And I was like, "I'm so glad I'm single right now, honey." Then she pops an Xbox. I'm just laying there. You can hear my stomach still making noise. I'm like, "You know what? Then I'm gonna sit in your lap right now." And she goes, "Get the fuck off me."
So what did you know?
Christ.
What caused?
I'm assuming it was that. Well, the Tuesday morning I had a fucking cup of almond milk and cereal, and then I had the fucking popcorn. I said to her, "It's probably your goddamn vegan ass almond milk because my body hates veganism, and I never had this reaction eating cheeseburgers and chili dogs and shit." So on top of Monday, she made me breakfast, which was vegan sausages and fucking vegan patties, and I'm like, "I'm pretty sure it's your fucking healthy food that just killed me."
I feel like it might have been whatever was on the popcorn in the movie theater.
Honestly, I'm thinking that as well. So
because I had a similar reaction to popcorn, to movie theater popcorn butter, but I didn't have the situation you had. I just woke up in the morning like, "Oh, I got to go to the bathroom," and blew my bathroom up. I did it when I was a truck driver.
Oh Christ!
I had a similar thing happen to me where I stopped at a restaurant the day before and I ate, and then early the next morning when I was getting ready to do my route, I was like maybe 30 minutes into driving, and then I had to pull over. So what I did is I always kept a roll of paper towel on my dashboard. So I felt this thing in my stomach like I am about to shit on myself. So what I did is I pulled over on the side of the road. I threw my ass over the guardrail and let it all out. Cleaned myself up real good with some paper towel, chucked the paper towel over the guardrail as well, got back in my truck and kept it moving. But that was the closest I came. I keep it real with you. I'm going to be 100 with you. If there's ever a time that I am at work and I shit on myself, I'm going to fuck home. I'm not even finishing the day. I'm like, I can't do this. I'm clearing out for the day.
Yeah, every problem is like, "Chris, it's just 3 more hours, 2 more hours, 2 more hours." I was like, I don't know what. At that point, I was so fucking embarrassed. I'm like, I didn't want to call dispatch. I didn't want to call dispatch.
You can't even explain it to dispatch. You can't. What are you gonna? I just took a major dump on myself all over the driver's seat, my pants, my clothes. It's all down my legs. If you want to see it, you want me to take pictures? Like you can't call that in.
Yeah.
I would have called in and said, "I'm sick. I can't stay." And then I would have just brought back the shitty bus to them, like shit all over the driver's seat.
That's why I said, if they pull the fucking footage, "Chris, why'd you run those 3 red lights for?" "Well, if you want to know, let me explain this to you."
That's when you get immediately defensive, like, "Fuck them red lights. I run red lights. That's what I do, son."
I said, and the first person I decided to text was Al of all people. I was like, I gotta tell somebody this fucking story. It's like 40 fucking years old, and I'm like, I just like, as you're driving, you're thinking to yourself, I got a couple minutes, I can hold this in, and something kicked in where your body takes over. You're like, you have no choice. It's like, we're not going to give you a fucking, my intestines were like, "No, you're not holding this in. This is happening whether you want it to or not."
This is going down.
It's like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Fucking bitch called me fucking pooposaurus.
That is hilarious. That is the best I've ever heard. Pooposaurus.
I just got your text now. Wow. Oh,
my text?
Yeah, I just came through.
What does it say?
I just said that, yeah, text me when you're head home and I'll head over, and I'm headed over. It just came through now. Weird. So.
That might be Mint mobile.
Yeah. Well, that's what I said. I wasn't sure if maybe something happened because you said you were having problems, family problems and stuff, and you were busy.
Oh, no. It wasn't. It wasn't family problems. I was just having issues with my vehicle because I started my car up and it was doing something that it had never done before.
Oh man! All I kept thinking was, man, I've had a really shitty day at work today. Like,
literally a shitty day at work.
Yeah, it's one of them things. I'll touch you, Lewis. Please send me. I'm right next to you. What the fuck you doing?
Read it out loud and see for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, part of me was like, should I talk about this? I'm like, of course I'm going to fucking talk about this. Why wouldn't you? Everybody I tag, I'm like, guys, if you think you've had a bad day at work, well, have Chris explain to you with his nice cup of fucking Kraken right now. Like, oh. Yeah, so that was that was my fucking big incident for the week. And I was like, that's something that I'm going to tell my grandkids about one day. Like, when grandpa was driving a bus. and I know, based on working in the garage, and Al knows this, there's been a couple times, me being a cleaner, I would hop into the bus a couple times. I'm like, man, this seat. And I'm like, I can't be the only person that happens with the job. Because
no, I guarantee you, you're not the only person. I could tell you my own personal experiences. There's been times where I got onto the bus, like I just opened the doors and stepped on, and that scent hit you, and you knew that the driver shit on the seat.
Jesus.
Like you knew, you're like, the driver took a shit on the seat, and now I've got to move this bus.
Yeah.
So now I got to go get all types of stuff to put on the seat because I don't want to sit on the seat that this guy just took a dump in. And like regular customers do that shit all the time too.
Yeah.
Customers will throw up on the bus, shit on the bus, pee on the seats. Like it's crazy.
So Chris,
well, before I say something, the lesson I learned is I've talked about this for a long time. Sometimes you need the right motivation to do things. My motivation is I legit went out and fucking bought a pack just for emergencies only. A pack of fucking Depends, because if this shit happens again, I want to be prepared. Like, holy fuck, man!
What you got to do is in your bag, your to-go bag that you take to work every day. You got to fucking put a spare work pants, work shirt, and a pair of underwears and socks in that son of a bitch. Some fucking baby wipes. You got to be prepared for that situation.
I mean, I have gloves and baby wipes because I told her baby wipes, especially because whether it's CrossGates Mall, the train station, or anywhere, guys, I'm not sure about because I don't go to female toilets, but like, why is every time I take I gotta just take a regular friggin' shit and just sit on a fucking bowl? Dudes just spray toilet bowls no matter where I go. Like, every fucking time I gotta go to the bathroom. Like,
that shit is at the job right now where we work at. We've now started putting a can of fucking what it's like Lysol, but it's not Lysol. Fucking to clean, seats to kill germs. Yeah. What do you call it? Disinfectant? We've started putting cans of disinfectant in the stall. Yeah. So that you could spray the seat down before you use it and spray the shit down after you use it. Yeah. Because some of the grown ass men at the job will go into a stall and just piss all over a seat.
Wait, well, Al knows this, Louis, because like, you know, when we were working together, I was on second shift. I would take the first half hour because we only have 2 toilets and shit, and it would help me just kill some time. But every day I'd come to work, I'd spend no bullshit at 30 minutes wiping down all the fucking toilets, all the sinks, and every fucking day those toilets. I'm like, I just cleaned this shit an hour ago, dude. I go and take a freaking piss, and I'm like, what? Who was just? Oh, forget it. Like, that's what I'm saying. I've just never had a time except for what just happened the other day. But like, most of us just sit down, we shit, it goes into the bowl, you flush, you move on, go about your business. But other fucking people, it's man.
The shit that makes me laugh when you go into the bathroom and you look in the toilet and there is shit splattered all over the toilet, up under the rim, up under the toilet seat, and I'm like, how? Yeah, how does this happen? Like who? Like what exactly? I need somebody to explain it. I need a scientific explanation on how you're shitting under the rim of the seat, under the rim of the toilet bowl, like. What exactly is going on here? Like, is your asshole just exploding? Like, and just spraying everything? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, Lewis had a good thing. Fuck that. Remember that skit from Chappelle's show when some fucking Chappelle sat down and blew himself off the toilet seat? Like,
I feel like that shit happens in real life. Like sometimes I walk into the bathroom stall and I'm like, oh hell no.
Yo, Chris, before you read the article, why don't you do us the honor and read the first thing I sent you?
Oh God,
with the Criss Cross parody tribute.
Oh,
you want me to do it?
Let me see. You sent me so fucking many. Jesus Christ. Let's see. It says dump. The lactose will make you dump. Burrito wrap will make you dump. Coffee beans will make you dump. Jesus Christ. Putting that shit on Facebook.
Yeah.
They show a silverback gorilla when you have to poop, but running is too risky. He's doing a fucking walk right there. Yeah, there's Peter Griffin doing that shit in Family Guy. Like, it's just like, it's one thing we're looking back and say, yeah, I can laugh at it now. As it's happening, I said, because even Sleeves like, Chris, shut up. I'm like, no, honey, you don't understand the sensation of like hot magma spreading over your entire back of your body, and you're thinking this is fucking horrible, but I can't stop. Like, and why does it feel so good? Like, it's like,
you're like, I'm so relieved and so disgusting at the same fucking time.
Like the stories I fucking sometimes like that's another fucking on my to-do list, like not in a good way, but so Chris, like, it took me fucking 40 years to like legit shit myself, like god damn, man, like yeah. And like I was telling Alice, if I was in the fucking garage I would just fucking ran to the bathroom, but it's worse when you're like, I wanted to fucking pull over on a highway. I'm like, how do I pull over a fucking 40-foot bus in the middle of the highway? 2 more minutes, I can make it to the fucking gas station. My intestines were like, no, you're not.
I promise I would have pulled over on the highway, just cop the squat over the guardrail and let that bitch go. I'm not even going to pretend that I would rather do every other crazy thing before I shit on myself. Like, I don't care. That dispatch would call me like, did you just stop on the interstate? Like, yup, I did. That happened.
Taking a clump could be so relaxed.
Well, look, I'm not even exaggerating. This is a job we are at, because I'll never forget the one day I was doing a 13 line. I'm driving up New Scotland Avenue. Thank God no one's on the bus but me. And it just sometimes it's random. Like, I didn't feel sick, nothing. I know my stomach just started hurting. I'm like, oh shit. Pull the bus over at a fucking bus stop, open a door, and just projectile into a fucking sewer crate. Thank God I was there. Just projectile vomit out of nowhere. Just fucking start puking 2 or 3 times. I called dispatch. I'm like, hey guys, it's Chris. Listen, I just fucking puked. It's on camera outside the friggin' bus. I just gotta go home for the day. And they're like, okay, how many more trips can you do? And I'm sitting there like, I said, I'm heading to Price Chopper. I can make the trip down Price Chopper back to the garage, but I'm feeling extremely sick and I just vomited 3-4 times. I'm probably gonna vomit again. Okay, we want to see how much longer can you stay for us? I'm like, you fucking assholes. Oh Christ. And I think I told Al about this once. One of my friends, and Mike, I'm going to tag you when you hear about this. He was doing, because our trips are based in 8 or 9 trips and shit, from 3 to 11, 4 to midnight. And you will work all day long. And he's like, Chris, I couldn't hold it anymore. I'm at Walmart. I just started fucking throwing up. I'm at a friggin' break. And it calls up dispatch. Hey guys, it's Mike. I have to make it back. Okay, Mike. Well, we'll have a supervisor come. We'll pick you up. And you can't finish your last trip? No, I can't. I just throw up a couple times. Okay. And they hit him with the fucking deviation. And he's like, I just worked 7.5 hours. I want to go home a half hour early, and you're going to hit me with a fucking attendance deviation when I just puked. I was like, after that, he's like, next time it happens, Chris, I'm going to fucking start puking over the goddamn bus and finish my last trip. Here you go, boys. I didn't go home early. I
stayed. The bus is covered with puke, but I stayed.
Right. I ain't gonna front. This some good rum of the gods.
That's something, you know what, fuck, the 3 of us are here and I want to ask you this, because we were just mentioning last time about, the shit with Amazon and stuff, and
right.
I guess Al and Lewis, what is I can't fucking know the difference between being a lazy, I guess, worker and being too fucking hard, but situations like this, and obviously Amazon, I guess Al, being in the garage and stuff, you get 2 15-minute breaks, and you get a lunch. And obviously, if you want to use the bathroom,
I get that at my job too.
Yeah,
2 15s, 1:30,
which I think most employers should do. But a lot of companies now, whether it be Walmart or Amazon or where the fuck I work out as a fucking driver, what would you, both of you, consider? I guess overworking your employees. Because like I said, my situation, you can literally, guys, I just fucking puked my brains out. I got to go home and stuff. Oh, okay, no problem. And we're going to hit you for a deviation. I just worked 7.5 hours. I'm going home a half hour early. That's not me calling in sick.
No, not at all.
And they give me, and we've been doing this as a driver, and this apparently Amazon's having this fucking problem. I've had plenty of fucking days where and I'm not even exaggerating, I would drive for 4 or 5, even sometimes 6 hours on a fucking row with no break. It's literally 6 hours of nonstop fucking driving, and to the point where look, I'm not saying I want to sit around all day, but for fuck's sakes, I haven't pissed in 6 fucking hours, guys. Jesus Christ. There's no lunch, no fucking 6 fucking hours. Can I get a 5-minute sandwich break? What is? We're just saying that fuck point. What is excessive? What is abusing your workers? I don't know.
I don't know. I guess that definition will be different for everybody. Honestly, I wouldn't even know how to begin to describe it, because I feel like anything I say or I would consider abusive, somebody's gonna be like, nah, man, I did that. That's easy. This is what abusive is. So it's we can't define that, but I guess it's different to everybody. Personally, whatever you're going through, it's different for you than it would be for the next person. But I feel like I wouldn't want to drive 6 hours without being able to take a break, without being able to use the bathroom and have a snack. So for 6 hours straight driving, I wouldn't want to do that. I can't imagine anybody wanting to do that. I'm pretty sure there are people that do that regularly and feel like it's nothing to them. Yeah. But honestly, it's one of those
like you
things
said, bro. Everyone is different, and everybody's biorhythm runs differently.
Yeah, it's just like it's, the perfect example is people have different bladder sizes. Basically, like some people will be able to sit around for 12 hours without ever having to take a piss. Some people have to take a piss every 20 minutes, especially if you're on medication for whatever, or some things change the way your body works. Some medication will make you have to use the bathroom more frequently. So it's like expecting somebody to go 6 hours without any type of breaks. I wouldn't. Like I'm in the garage and I have to work for 2 hours before I get my first break. So it's like, and then and then you do a few more hours, then you get a lunch, then you do a couple more hours, then you get another break, and then you do a couple more hours, it's time to go. I can't imagine having to go 6 hours straight with no break as a regular thing. That would be some days it's gonna happen. You say to yourself, well, because of the job I got today, I might not take as much breaks as I might every other day. Some days I might excessively break, but regularly, as part of my regular shift, 6 hours driving, no break, I would be upset about it.
And that's where I was saying about everyone's biorhythm or, a routine is different of algorithm. Everybody has their, process where they need a moment to have maybe a coffee, maybe, a Pepsi if that's their thing, or maybe, maybe some trail mix, or maybe they need a nice sized burger or, lunch meat sandwich with all the delicious additives on it.
All the fixings.
To keep them going or get them, rejuvenated. It's everyone is different. And I don't know what it is, and it's not downplaying anyone that's like, higher up position, like manager or supervisor, because there's some supervisors and managers that go by the book and try to take their workers' health, and and things like that into consideration. Hey Al, you got your break? Oh, where you put in almost 6 hours? Hey man, you need to relax. Go get yourself something to eat.
Yeah.
Hey Chris, you had your break? Oh, where you put in that much hours? Hey man, go and relax. You've been working hard today. You got some supervisors that's like that, and then you got those that just don't care. They just want you to work, and it's like you gotta remind them, yo man, I'm about to shit my guts out, and I've been doing like 7 hours. I ain't even got my first break yet. You didn't get your first break?
Yeah,
I had to tell you. Oh, my bad.
Oops.
Yeah. I mean, and that's what's weird too, is like different like jobs and whether it's OSHA, I guess, or different labor laws and shit, they should have. I mean, there is, to my knowledge, there is state and like guidelines to what constitutes, like, to my knowledge, at least in New York State, that like when I was working at Goodwill before CDTA, or sorry, for my job, I'll edit that out. It's like we were told that when I was at Goodwill that if you worked 6 hours, you were mandatory. You had to take a half-hour lunch. That was like those couple of days, because even like Al was saying, I'd be working in the fucking zone of things. I'm trying to catch up, this and that. And Jim was like, "Hey Chris, it's been 6 hours." I'm, okay, so you got to take a break. I'm like, Jim, I'm feeling pretty good today. Honestly, I just want to do a quick bathroom break. I want to keep getting stuff done. He goes, honestly, I get that, but he goes, you have to by law, by New York State law, you got to clock out for a half hour and shit. And other companies can get around that, but I think for me, it's just. Yeah, every job is different. Like some places give people an hour lunch, which I'm not against that, but I think it is excessive, like you were saying, Al, to work 6-7 hours straight and just not have access even to like whether it's a bathroom or just like people need a fucking lunch break or coffee. Just to expect people to keep working these long shifts just non-fucking stop, it becomes excessive. Like people do need, like, whether it's stretching your legs, just a mental break, just like something, but. It's like you can't fucking come in every day to work that. There's been some days where, no doubt, depending on my water intake, I'll take a piss every fucking hour. Some days I'll go 6 hours not piss. It depends on the day. So,
but like you said, if you was drinking like tons of water or fluids, your body's gonna naturally want to release that to get your biorhythm back on equal count. You know, our body naturally is going to cleanse itself. So if we're taking in something, no matter if it's, you know, a brew, some agua, whatever, our body's going to be like, hey, man, it's time to, you know, cleanse. We ain't going to be carrying this shit for too long.
We'll just be carrying around all this extra water weight.
Right.
Yeah.
You got a bladder, not a kangaroo pouch, damn it.
Yeah. But overall, Al, I mean, do you think, like, you definitely would agree that some jobs, like whether it's Amazon in a factory or fucking being a driver, if you got people working 10 hours with no fucking break whatsoever, that's slave labor.
That's not even legal. Like, I don't think it's legal for somebody to work 10 hours, no breaks. That shit is the kind of shit where I would definitely, like, if I ever worked a job that required me to put in anywhere between 6 to 10 hours with no break in between, I'd be reporting that shit to somebody.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be calling somebody and being like, this job is regularly making me work these hours with no breaks.
Yeah. And that's where we're saying with Amazon, well, Amazon keeps getting fucking sought out and called out for that shit because they're doing it. And I don't get, like, how they're not being more held accountable for that shit. Like, so reportedly, some drivers, and they're the ones making TikTok videos, but they're documenting something. But you got drivers working 13 fucking hours or something. Like, they've been pissing in fucking and empty, like, Gatorade bottles and shit. Like, I don't know. That's
somebody left the Gatorade bottle. Oh, this looks delicious.
Oh my god!
I can only imagine how much that shit happened.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. For me, I wouldn't consider that shit a real stressful situation, because in my head, it would come down to this for me. Do I want to do this or do I not want to do this? Like, the very first time I had to work, and I was like, the only bathroom break I'm going to get is to stand in the corner of my van for 30 seconds and pee into this bottle, I would definitely reevaluate my living situation. I'd be like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
I got to get out of here. I can't. This ain't for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think there is a difference between hard work and lazy, because on the opposite end, it's like, if you think every hour you deserve a 20-minute break every hour, that's kind of excessive. I think that's too much fucking breaks, which I get it depending on what kind of job you work, though. But, you know, and then even then, though, I've read studies where being a driver or a secretary, they say, even from a medical standpoint, that this is why I even do it now in my personal life, that if I have a day off work, if I do get a day where me and Junior are playing some Xbox, or Selena's like, I'm popping Witcher or something, they do say that from a physical standpoint. And when I had my last surgery, they did put the leg clamps on my legs because blood clots. And they've proven that fact that humans, us sitting down like this, every hour you're supposed to take at least 5 minutes and walk, stretch, move your fucking legs.
Yeah, that sitting around shit is unnatural.
You're right, though, it is.
Especially for too long.
Yeah.
It also reshapes how the back's supposed to be at a proper alignment. It actually reshapes it in a very unhealthy, unsavory, and negative way when you sit down for too long with minimum cardiovascular and active, activity to balance it out. Yeah.
But even like when we've been down here, the three of us doing podcasts, we still at some point, I'm stretching my legs, you go up and go pee out. Like, I was just not stuck in one position for the entire time. We're still at least moving around at some point. But you've seen secretaries or like gaming, like, I'll see gamers. Yeah, I played, whatever, Skyrim for 13 fucking hours. Like, if you spend that entire time sitting in that chair, dude, like, that's fucking not right. So, but yeah, I'm sure before Al gets to, I know you've got like a bunch of backstories you want to tell me about girls and shit and stuff.
I've decided to not put those stories out into the ether. I'll just keep them to myself for the time being.
I don't say it, because I'm gonna start looking through, because I said I followed our Twitter account and I just retweet news articles. I don't think we did this one, Louis, but I know I didn't put a heart next to it, but Al's here now. I figure I'm just going to kind of, at this point, go down the fucking list, because I've got about 2 months of news tweets to go through and see if we can make some comedy out of it. Because, after my poop story, I'm pooped out of sharing. But I know, Al, remember a few times we talked about this guy, this Russian influencer dude, the one who fucking married his doll and shit and everything? Yeah. Well, now he's back again, and no bullshit, this is like the actual headline. And I definitely, first off, the dude's obviously got fucking mental problems as it is, but now it's just getting to the point where, at what point do we stop encouraging this shit? But like, the headline says, infamous man who married a sex doll is now in love with his ashtray. So
I don't want to talk about this.
yeah. But,
This is too stupid.
I mean, I'm not even reading the details of the article, but just like it's basically a breakdown of like, he's telling people now he's in love with an ashtray.
I'm mad you brought that up. He's in love with his ashtray. We should give this man.
He in love with his ashtray and what?
It's a long news article. That's the headline. That's all you need to know at this point. Because why even hear the details?
I don't think I want to know any further.
Yeah. Well, he already married a doll from the first place, so that's fucking weird.
Didn't we talk about the doll thing? Didn't we talk about that in one of the last episodes?
Yeah, but he's back again because now he's cheating on his doll with an ashtray. Like it's like and.
I hate human beings.
But Jenny 2500 EX, you ain't blowing me right, so I'm gonna go to my Newports.
And I mean, I definitely think he probably has a following because, like, Al would say this, that he's got a following from being a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, of course.
But I keep telling Selena where she's like, Chris, I'm kind of shy to make an Instagram account. Honey, if this guy can get 300,000 followers on Instagram, I'm sure you can do pretty fucking well for yourself. Like, Jesus Christ! Like
the thing is with Instagram is that all she's got to do is post pictures. She's a cute girl. All she
got
to do is take pictures, like post pictures. You don't have to talk to nobody. You don't have to make no videos, nothing.
Yeah,
people to follow.
I'm gonna fucking pop a note. I just like that headline alone was all I needed, but just like it, why we just. But it's give it time for he marries the ashtray. Why not? Why not let's just fucking keep going with the
let's
fucking
stop talking
shit
about this guy.
So, I just want this article that that fucking Kim and Kanye got divorced. Let's
skip over Kim and Kanye as
well. Apparently just said he was cheating on her. So, and she confirmed he was cheating on her. That's the news article.
Who's not gonna cheat? Like, let's be honest. He's Kanye. Why would he not cheat? Like, bitches will fuck Kanye West. Like, Kim Kardashian ain't somebody that's so super special. You're gonna be I'm gonna be faithful to her forever. And that's the thing. Well, all her fucking fans and and of course, this, Alan Lou. How many guys out there like, if I had fucking Kim, I'd never cheat on her. And like, I have never heard anybody say that. But I would say this: the only person that would say that is somebody that's not in her, in that they don't exist in her world. Because the guys that exist in her world will never be faithful to her.
Thank you.
Guys that exist outside of her world will see her as something.
You talking about her orbiters?
Yeah,
like the guys that exist in the industry that she's in, and the kind of they're influenced by this money, and they spend their times being celebrities, and the guys that exist in that sphere of reality, they're not going to be faithful to Kim Kardashian. Yeah.
Pretty much, when I was saying orbiters, I saw you pause for a second when I said orbiters, Al. It's pretty much let's say you got bros or whatever, lady friends, whether romantic, platonic, whatever, and they usually use you, abuse you. Now, let's say I'm supposedly saying, yo, I'm not like everyone else, Al, whatever, but I'm bullshitting. I'm an orbiter. Pretty much, I'm saying what I believe you want to hear, but deep down, I just want what you can offer rather than who you really are as a outstanding person on the inside and outside. Yeah, that's actually what I actually learned, that orbiters from the Matrix, the whole red pill, blue pill, like those who surround you for what you have rather than who you are genuinely. Yeah. So, but the way you broke it down, especially in the adult, like how Hollywood or adult film industries and stuff like that, there's mostly orbiters that surrounds those industries or the people who's involved in those industries, like you said, spot on. Yeah. There's even orbiters around our everyday life.
Yeah, I definitely learned that growing up, and Carlton said this to me, and he was the first one to give me this quote, which I know it's kind of common now, but Carlton was the first person to give me the saying that behind every hot girl, there's a guy that's tired of fucking her. And I never understood that until...
You just got to consider just from not knowing them personally, just look at the information they put out there. Yeah. Like all of them are women that have been through multiple relationships and of guys cheating on them and lying to them and being with other. It's just the guys that exist in their world are never going to be faithful to them, because those guys that could bag a Kim Kardashian could bag other bitches on that level. So it's like Kim isn't special to them. So she's never going to find somebody. Her and both of her sisters, the guys that they date are guys that cheat on them regularly, because that's just what it is in that world. Like, that's just how that world operates.
I forgot who said this, but maybe at one point, Al, I'm sure you probably did, but I forgot another quote that was it. the exact quote could have been, you probably know this, but something along the lines of like, a man is only as faithful as his options.
That is true.
So,
That is actually true. What that means, bro, is that if your options is pretty much people that are opportunist optionists, and you are someone that either is manipulative and you're an opportunist yourself, or someone who you could be an outstanding person but still have yet to know your worth of your full potential and greatness.
Yeah.
You might dip and dab in those unsavory elements, because everybody got options, even the faithful, loyal men and women that exist out there. It's just they're not being grimy about it.
Yeah.
Because there's a saying that goes with that: how you treat one thing is how you will treat everything.
The other end of that is the part of the situation that connects beautifully to that is this. It's like any person that's in a relationship, the only thing that's going to make a person be loyal is the fact that they want to be loyal, right?
Yeah, it's a self preservation type of thing.
If you're with a guy and he has the opportunity to have a bunch of other women, whether or not he's going to do that is simply going to come down to the type of guy he is. Because some guys are going to be like, oh, I could fuck these bitches. I'm going to fuck these bitches, even though I have this girl that I'm supposed to be loyal to. And there are guys out there who's going to be like, nah, I love this girl, I'm not going to do it. But the difference is, you got to find, as a woman looking for a relationship, you've got to find the guy that wants to be faithful. It can't change. It can't be based on, well, I like this guy and he's this type of guy and he's this and this and this, so I'm going to do that. You got to.
But see, as you mentioned it, not cutting you off, I'm adding on to that outstanding point you pointed out. Because you could be the most outstanding, loyal, committed, faithful, and consistent type of person, but if you are trying to share that type of partnership with someone who is one-sided, selfish, and obnoxious, it's going to be a collision no matter how genuous you go about it. That's where the saying evenly yoked
that's a 1,000%
comes in.
fact. 1,000% fact.
And you got two types of people. You got those who rocks with you for who you are, and those who rock with you based on how you treat them or what you can offer them. Now, those who's listening in, you got to be careful of the ones who is the second column. The ones who rock with you for who you are, even despite, because to point that out, good, even like the genuine and trustworthy men and women or overall individuals out there are not perfect. It's just the difference between those types and the opportunist, grimy, untrustworthy types. There's a more genuine effort behind their movements, their patterns, and decision making. 9 times out of 10, if they mess up, it wasn't intentional. It might have been not the best choice, but they wasn't intending to bring premeditated harm. But because they are a genuine person, despite their imperfections, we all got them. We all got our vices. They're going to be like, yo, I wasn't intending to screw nobody over or step on nobody's toes, but I'm willing to step up to the plate and make things right. That's where the term accountability comes in, or owning up. But we got a lot of people who may admit, they might admit, you caught me my hand in a cookie jar. They might admit it, but admitting to the misdeeds you do versus owning up is different. Anybody can admit they did wrong, but when you own it, 9 times out of 10, you trying to not just change the behavior, but try to make up and redeem the impact behind that misdeed.
Yeah.
If given the chance, depending on who you're dealing with. But we surrounded in a modern age of instant gratifications and pick-me's. People be doing so much dirt. Even when they get caught in it, they're gonna point at you. It's your fault that I stole this out the store, Chris. It's your fault I didn't do right by my partner, Al. Wait a minute, you blaming me for your own free will of decisions?
That's how a lot of people get down.
Exactly, bro.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is, like, it's relationships now are so weird, right? Because there's so many facets to it. But like, I saw Chris Rock. Somebody took a clip from Chris Rock's stand up and posted it on TikTok, and I saw that little tiny segment, and it made me smile because I was like, he'll drop nuggets of information.
Yeah.
Right.
And you'll think it's funny, but you don't really let it sink in. And I watched that little clip and I was like, because he said, people complain about relationships being hard. But he's like, relationships aren't hard. A relationship becomes hard when only one person is working on it. Right?
Yeah. Right.
It's like,
right.
two people could move a couch with no problem. One person can't move a couch at all, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, if you're in a relationship and you're the only one that gives a fuck about the relationship, it's going to be a hard relationship.
Yeah,
And that's the situation a
one-sided.
lot of people like find themselves in and don't realize it. Like,
Yeah.
it's crazy, but there's just so many weird things. I've seen guys do, and this is something that men and women do, but I've seen more men do this than women. I've seen men work hard to get the attention of a girl that's clearly not interested.
Yeah.
But they go out of their, like, I've seen guys is like, oh, I want to date you. And she's like, I don't want to date anybody. Oh, I'll pay your bills. I'll fly you out. What do you want? Like that. She's like, nah, I'm good. Oh man, I just want to spend time. And they harass that girl, even though she's clearly not interested and emotionally unavailable to them. They harass her until at some point she's like, let me see what's here. And she'll get involved with the guy, but she's not really that committed. Sometimes it works out where she starts to like the guy. A lot of times it doesn't, where she's just there, but taking advantage of the situation that's been presented to her because she likes somebody else.
Yeah.
Monkey
she's using
branch.
this guy. Yeah.
Monkey
she'll use
branching.
the guy. So it's like weird. Like I've seen that happen so many times. And it's like if somebody is not available to you, is not connecting with you, let it go. Don't be so desperate to be with this person that you will overlook everything else. I've seen that shit happen multiple times. I've seen it's weird. Another thing that I've seen that I find crazy is I've seen girls. I just recently had a conversation with a friend of mine that I've known for years, where a girl would like be with a guy who is doing the most outlandish shit and will make excuses for this behavior. And I'm like, I don't want to put my friend's business out there, so I'm not gonna use her exact situation. I'm just let me think of a random fucking example that I can
Take
use.
your time, bro.
Right? Imagine being with a person and you guys have an understanding of we're supposed to do something together. We've made these plans. These plans have been standing for at least 3-4 weeks, a month or whatever, and this is supposed to happen. And on the night that it's supposed to happen, this person just arbitrarily decides, I'm not doing whatever you wanted to do. I'm going to go hang out with the bros. Then this person comes home from hanging out with their friends and you say, didn't you remember that we were supposed to do this tonight? I've been trying to get in touch with you. You didn't answer any of my calls. You didn't return my texts. You knew that we were supposed to do this. And this person says to you, yeah, I knew, but I didn't feel like it. I just thought I'd have more fun hanging out with the bros.
Damn.
I'm like, in that situation, do you acknowledge that this person doesn't give a fuck about you on several levels?
Yeah.
Or do you make excuses for this behavior and say, oh, well, maybe it's my fault because I knew that he wouldn't like this and I tried to force him into it and blah, blah. Like, what are you doing at this point? What are you doing? Because if he cared about you at all, he would have told you from the jump, I'm not interested in doing that. I know you're upset about it, but I'm not going to lie to you and pretend that I'm going to do it when I know I don't want to and I don't intend to.
Yeah.
Right? Why would you lie and say, yeah, we're going to do this for weeks? Just like, we're definitely doing this.
As you said that, Al, now anyone who remembers the legendary R&B group TLC, Rest in Peace, The Left Eye.
Yeah.
One of their hit songs, one of their gold mine hits, Red Light Special, one of the known and highlight lyrics to one of their verses was, you might as well be honest because the body language never lies.
Facts.
And a lot of people, even if we may have not necessarily been taught, we have an innate instinct and spiritually perpetual gift where we can read when someone's bullshitting us or not, aka the guttural instincts, the gut feelings, the butterflies in the stomach. And the reason why a lot of relationships are just as high rate as breakup and divorce rates, because a lot of people pick people based on what they can get from them rather than, like I said earlier, who they are, even when they got the red flags and signs that's showing, okay, we're not evenly yoked. I just like they got a big ass titties or a big ass dick and muscles, or they got a bank account.
Some people,
but this person's shit.
Some people will make a decision based on the fact that I just don't want to be alone.
Right.
Like, they will be with somebody who is horrible, who is like a fucking horrible human being, because they would rather be in that toxic relationship than be by themselves. And I think that's like the weirdest shit to me. Like, I'm like, that is insane. I've seen that a lot. I would be goddamn if I'm with somebody that's just treating me like shit just because I don't want to be alone. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. What I've learned also is that a lot of people is going for what gives them attention rather than what has earned their attention. Like I said, we all got our imperfections and vices, no matter if it's in friendships, relationships. But like I said in the last episode where the three of us band together, you know, talking about great topics and articles and stuff, that even though none of us is perfect, but not every imperfect being is full of shit. And where I mean by that is that I've learned something. Now, those tuning in, some might agree, some might not agree. Some of y'all might try to chase me with, you know, torches and forks when I say this. A poor listener equals a poor partner and a poor friend.
Yeah.
Think about it. The way you resonate information, if you resonate information on a wholesome level, it resonates with your movements and behaviors. If you're a good listener, you're going to promote good behaviors, good habits. And when I say good, for those listening, they try to do the pick me shit. No, I ain't saying you gotta be perfect or a unicorn type bullshit. So when they try to promote that, don't bring that here. Anyways, make a long story short, there's people in how we talking as men and as, you know, wise men and kings on this episode and all around. Not to sound braggadocious, this is speaking from the most humble and most unbiased of grounds. There's people, you know, on a universal level, and in this case we're talking about friendships and relationships. There are ladies who adore me because what we're dropping, and then there's those who can't stand me, or we could say us, for what we're dropping, because I noticed, again, not being gender biased, but if I'm wrong, let me know. But what I'm saying, I don't say because Lou said so. I say what I say, right, wrong, or indifferent, because I'm able to bring receipts. And this is why I'm bringing the receipts. I noticed that despite whatever heartbreaks or experiences that brought us through the doors of hell, most guys, not all, we still try to measure our potential friendships and partnerships based on the best we see in a person. Where I noticed a lot of chicks, not all, despite their heartbreaks and experiences, even if they run into someone that's not like everybody else, they'll still measure them based on the worst they see in them, even though they never shown the worst in them exist.
Stereotypes.
And I'm sitting here like, but see, that goes back to what I said in the last episode, resolvers and speculators. Resolvers put facts and statistics and logic over feelings and impulse, where speculators put feelings over facts, logic, and statistics.
Well, I mean, overall, I think what Al was saying, and I feel like this happens with money, and that's with people. It's like if you're a guy who've dated, you know, call it what it is, if you dated your whole life kind of mediocre women, and you get like a Kim Kardashian type, you would appreciate someone like that because you never had that before. So like Al was saying, when you got a person like Kanye, where just like, to him, like she's just like, you know, a dime a dozen. You know, it's like, so you're so used to having it. So it's a person who's born rich and born worth, like, I don't know, Paris Hilton, for example, she'll never appreciate $100. Like, right now, if someone gave the three of us a check for $1,000, you know what I would do for $1,000 right fucking now? To her, it's like she could take $1,000 and just wipe her ass with it because it means nothing to her. So
what ass?
You know, It's definitely it's a thing where, and that's what sucks nowadays. Like, a person like, you know, probably Kanye or Kim, both of them, because they're both toxic in their own way. It's like you'll never find people that appreciate you, or you never appreciate anything because you guys never you go on your whole life being so fucking spoiled and stuff. You don't appreciate what you have and what and people out there. There's like people like her, for example, all she'll keep dating is guys or marrying guys that are like him, instead of there's 10 million fucking dudes out there that don't have his net worth that would like literally worship the ground you fucking walk on.
But you got to understand that on average, those women like that don't want to be with the guy that's going to respect them and treat them right and be good to. That's not what they want. That's not the shit that turns them on. That's not what they find exciting. And they don't want that. And it's like, I'm not saying that's right or that's wrong. I'm just saying that's a state of mind that a lot of women are in right now. Like women don't want guys that are just good guys or average guys. They would date a guy that's a complete piece of shit if they could tell their friends like, oh, look at this guy, or look at what he does, or look how much money he has, or look at what status he has, or look how good he looks, or whatever.
Exactly.
Like if he's popular and a bunch of other women are like, I want this guy, and they could date this guy, they would date that guy, even knowing that this guy is never going to treat them good and is going to cheat on them and is going to fuck a bunch of other women.
It's the status.
Like they will chase after. It's like, I put it to you like this. The priorities that they see, it's like, remember when you were in school and you would see like all these girls chasing after like the captain of the football team.
Yeah.
Knowing he's like sleeping with every girl in the school. They know it. They see it. They see him dated like 4 or 5 other girls, but they want to be with him because he has status. You know, he represents, being the most popular girl. If you date him, that's where they want to be. And that's how they make their decisions.
But that also shows the superficialness and how I was saying earlier, the monkey branching, and not everyone does it, but like you said, the type of age and modern type of society we live in today, a lot of people is about getting in where they can fit in, and it's like that's where it collides with the evenly yoked. If I'm trying to get into chess club and I'm not even chess club etiquette, it's gonna expose itself sooner or later.
Yes, it will.
So
the concept of people that are evenly yoked meeting each other, I don't think people want to do that anymore. Like once upon a time, people strove for that.
Yeah.
But I don't think, like, in this modern era, I don't think people want to do that anymore.
Integrity is out the window in the modern age.
It is. Think about it. Think about the last time you saw 2 people, like a guy that had a good job making decent money. Let's say he's making somewhere between $50,000, $70,000 a year. She's making decent money, and they got together and they said, this is our plan. We want to get a house. No, we want to get married. We want to get a house. We're going to start a family. We're going to put money away. Yeah. We're going to travel twice a year. Right. It's like people that...
It was mapped out. It was mapped out.
That had a good plan. Like that type of shit doesn't happen anymore because now everybody like is just wrapped up in the concept of I want to be insanely popular from doing something online, some social media shit.
Yeah.
And I want to be wealthy without doing any real work.
Yep.
I want money, but I only want to make videos. I don't want to go out and build a house or get, or build cars or do something. And they just want the status and the wealth without any work. And they want to live this life that a lot of people on social media just wants to, they put it out there like being popular and rich and running around with a bunch of different people is like the status symbol of the highest appeal that everybody wants, and it's like that shit means nothing at the end of it all.
Yeah.
Those who don't, and what you said, bro, those who has, like I said, integrity, standards, understands exactly what you just, what you just stated and displayed, and a lot of people, if you believe it or not, the whole thing that you mentioned, spot on and beautifully, bro. Mm-hmm. This been going on since the beginning of time. It's just the day and age of social media, the internet, Twitter, YouTube, and TikTok. It gave a platform to socially awkward beings that always been around.
Please believe it.
It gave them a platform to be able to pretend to be something that they're not. And it didn't just give a platform for that, but it also gave a platform for people who don't want to work hard. Yeah. It gave them a platform it literally gave a platform to the fake it till you make it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Literally,
Exactly.
it gave a platform for that.
Because all those guys get online and they pretend they have it all, and then everybody's like, "Oh, this guy's got it together. Let me follow him and see what he's doing."
Yeah.
And all he's doing is collecting followers until he could go back to whoever controls the social media and say, "Hey, I've got all these people that I'm influencing. Maybe you should give me some money and I'll sell some products."
Yeah.
And
This
now
crack
he's
is
rich.
delicious.
No, Al's
Right,
though.
exactly.
And that's exactly how men and women get fucking sponsorships.
That shit is crazy, but it works, and it's a thing that right now, the value of money is worth more than the integrity of people.
Yeah.
Like right now, it's people that live together in this country that hate each other so much that they would have rather. Like I literally just watched a news article where a guy got arrested because he went over to a headquarters of the political rival of whatever he's believing in, and tossed a Mazel Tov cocktail into the building to try to burn it down.
Jesus.
And I'm thinking to myself, like, this is where we're at as a nation, where somebody's going to be like, well, this is my party, and that party is not affiliated with me, and I don't like what they're doing, so I'm going to set fire to their shit. Like, that's where we're at. People are so wrapped up in this crazy idea of what they want to do and what they believe in and what they feel, that everything else just seems crazy.
I mean, we joked about that in the past, Al, but I don't know how to talk about that. Like, because, I mean, you, me, Lewis, or Elliot Jr., called anybody, would say, like, we all have a certain set of fucking morals and values. And even Al joked about it, but, like, what if tomorrow someone's like, hey, Chris, like, I can guarantee you, Al and Lou, will start now getting 1 million listeners on your podcast. But in order for that to happen, now you can't say these things or talk about these things or do these things anymore. And I'm telling myself, well, is it worth getting 1 million listeners, but then Al can't say these words anymore? Or is it worth just having like 50 listeners, but we can do whatever fuck we want?
See,
that's hard.
That's all based on what you want to do. Because this is my situation. I can tell you honestly, having a million viewers and making money from somebody paying me to just sponsor bullshit, it sounds great. But at the end of the day, do you really want your hands tied? Just like if you're in it for money, then if you're all about the money, then follow that path where they pay you to be on.
Right.
But if you're not about the money, then do what you want to do.
There are sponsors though that represent those who are honest. They have no filter.
Yeah.
They say what they mean and mean what they say. It's just they're like the rare. Pretty much, they're still in abundance. As in, if you want to go into industrial is concerned, they're just not on the front line. Not because they don't want to, but because the powers that be have molded that they pretty much want to put whatever on the front line that will dumb down society through the media, rather than putting on the front line those who will transform minds on the front line.
Like the point I was just making was just that there are sponsors out there, but what I was saying is people, and this has been the appeal of fame for the longest time period, is that people will give up so much of themselves for a sponsorship or a dollar sign. And I've always
just for that money. Like,
and I've said before, as somebody, I told Selena this, Chris, what are your values? What are your morals? I said, honey, I've been to the place where I've had it all. I did at one point, I was making, depending on where you come from, I was making so much money, I didn't know what to do with it anymore. But I still was myself. But tomorrow, if you hand me a check, say, Chris, from now on, do the podcast, I'll give you $1 million for the next year, but you have to fucking change your entire format. I've hit a place in my life where at one point, money did mean a lot more to me than it does now. And yeah, I'd rather, for me, I don't want to ever be a fucking sellout. I just don't like, and some people, they do want that. And like I was saying, you want to be a fucking corporate sellout? You want to give up who you are? Fine, do it. And that's even like me. I recently, said the shit with Howard Stern. Like, I'm 40 years old. I've been listening to Howard since I was 10. And man, the past 6 months, I actually turned off my Sirius because, I can't listen to Howard anymore. He just signed a new Sirius deal. And now Howard, nowadays, he's basically a billionaire. Yo, the Howard Stern right now is not the Howard Stern when I was 15 years old. I'm sorry. Howard has fucking become, for me, a serious fucking sellout. Like, dude, the shit you've been saying and going through, you're not the man that, was one of us. You're not fucking broke and poor. Like, just the shit you've been saying. And, you're spending so much time. It's like you said, your whole fucking career and appeal and shtick was to be funny and raunchy and out there. That's what everyone fucking knew. You were the shock jock. You were the #1 radio personality in America because you were fuck out there. Now, everything you do is an apology, and you can't say this or do this. I'm like, what happened? You went to Sirius XM to be fucking raunchy and uncensored, and now he's more censored now in Sirius than he was in regular radio.
See, the problem is that the minute you commit yourself to it being just about the money, then you're in that box. And the people, your sponsors, your corporate masters can now control you. And it's like, I tell people, you just got to decide what you want to do. If you're doing anything, if what you're doing is about the love of doing it, then do that and be happy. But if what you're doing is about trying to make money, then it's fine to be a sellout if you know that a sellout is what you want to be, right? It's like, I hate, it's like you said, I hate the flip-flop. I hate when you start out saying, I just want to do this because I love it. Like Howard Stern started out being this guy that everybody gravitated to because he fought against the established system.
Right.
Everything that was in place, he basically balked against, and people loved him for it. But now he's in a place where it's just about the money now. I just want to make sure my money is secured. I just want to make sure I don't get, cut off. And when you get to that place where you're afraid to be who you are because now you're worried about these guys affecting your money, then you're a different animal. Yeah. And
that is true. Yeah. That's what you call opportunist.
Yeah. Exactly.
Because it's scary because I've listened to Howard so many times. Like even like when I was listening to him a few months back, this is a guy that like before I was born, Howard was fucking on the radio making $90 a week. And because he made $90 a week, that drive, that fucking urge to be the fucking best, to be number one. And people tend to forget, and I've seen this through videos, subscriptions. Oh, Howard is still like blah, blah. No, look, Sirius, social media. I check fucking, even still on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Howard's fucking presence is nowhere near what it fucking used to be.
What it was in the
He's
90s
lost so many
shit.
goddamn fans because it's like, dude, you're not the person.
He switched up. He went from being solid to flaky.
It's even like I love, and I'm still gonna watch Clerks 3. I love Kevin Smith, but like even like Kevin with the whole like, which would be another topic, but the whole with He-Man, he got a lot of flack with the whole new He-Man show, and I was seeing some of Kevin's fucking tweets and seeing some of his YouTube comments and videos. I'm like, yo, Kevin, this is like the guy that I follow. I listened to Kevin's part of why I started doing this podcast for, and some of the way he was like just fucking shitting on fans, yelling at people. I'm like, yo, you're not the same dude who fucking made Clerks 1 and 2. You've changed a lot, man.
That's not fair though. You got to understand that somebody like Kevin Smith, where he is for his fans, right? And he's just a normal guy. So understand that when you do something, when you have a project and you put your heart and soul into it and you love it, and then people shit on it, it puts you in a defensive place. Yeah. Like I might not agree with shit that he's saying to people and arguing with fans or whatever, but understand that when you attack a man's art, he's going to be defensive. He's going to say some shit. Like I would never go on his fucking Twitter feed and be like, oh, this was a garbage show and blah, 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 because I expect that's going to trigger him. Like, right? So it's unfair. It's unfair to be like, everybody could attack him as much as they want, but the minute he goes on the offensive, now he's an asshole. Well, right? That's not a fair.
Well, I get what you're saying, but I made this comment with a bunch of people on different websites. Like, part of the appeal with Kevin, like, after he had his heart attack, he changed up his style. Now, he made films like, which they're controversial, but like, Kevin made, like, say, Tusk, for example, with Johnny Depp and the weird, like, fucking walrus film. He said on multiple podcasts, hey, if you guys say Tusk is my worst movie ever, I'm left saying, you know what, you're right, Kevin, it's your weirdest movie ever. You know what, you're right. He made yoga hoses with his daughter, Harley and stuff. Same thing. He goes, it bombed at the box office. Kevin's like, I just want to do it to have fun and do it. He goes, if you shit on the film, I'm fine with it. I don't care. Kevin's always been like one of the people. It's just like, it seems like when He-Man came out though, all the fucking criticism he's gotten before, and he just would always laugh it off.
The difference is when you make something but you don't expect it to be good. Yeah. And so like if you make something and it's obviously bad to you, right? And somebody says, yo, this is bad. You could brush it off like, yeah, I kind of know that. But when you make something and you put your all into it, you think it's good. And people just want to critique it without even trying to like understand your perspective, your point of view. It's different. He had a lot of faith in He-Man. When he made that He-Man series, to him, it was
about
great.
The original Filmation, 80s, 90s?
No.
The new one.
This new came out.
I didn't see it because I remember you and Selena were speaking about it. I'm like, God damn, is that bad?
It's another topic.
I'm a He-Man, Thundercat, G.I. Joe fanatic. So when I heard y'all say, and y'all my peoples, I'm like, damn.
The thing with He-Man is that he put a lot into it. In his mind, it was good. Like it was in his mind, it was a good story. It was good animation, good production. Like everything was good. And then people just came for his neck on something that he believed in. Yeah. Right. So him getting defensive, it's not like a movie that he did where it was like low budget and he didn't put that much into it. And he was like, I just wanted to get it done because I was enjoying making the movie. I don't think it's that great a movie. There's a difference where other people say, oh, I don't like this movie. It's like, that's fine. I didn't, go crazy with it. Yeah. Right. But then when you put, it's like when you put your all into it and then people shit on it, you naturally get defensive. Yeah. That's a natural thing. It's like anything that you truly believe in. Like I put it to you like this. If somebody started shitting on your girlfriend right now, you would become defensive. You would defend her. Nobody would think you were wrong for doing it. Yeah. I could say, well, you dated your baby mother and you don't like her that much. Why don't you defend her like that? Is it fair for me to say that just because you don't get along with her and you don't defend her, you shouldn't defend a girl that you're with now that you like? It wouldn't be a fair assessment. So it's like for him, for people to say, oh, well, he got this criticism for other movies. Well, he didn't have that kind of fate in a lot of the other movies. He kind of knew what he was doing with the other movies. Some of those movies he made and they became popular and he kind of felt like it was a fluke. Right? Yeah. His movies that he made that he didn't think they were going to do as well as they did. And with this one, he really went in with this one. He went in with he had a massive production effort made by him, Netflix, everybody involved, a bunch of money went into it.
So it's on Netflix.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to definitely look into it and see how it rocks. And then
for me, it's just it was one of the things where just I do wonder, like, with certain people. I mean, I know all three of us, anybody goes to different, like, we're different people. Like the Chris at 21, the Chris at 31, the Chris at 40, the different versions of me. But it does make you wonder that sometimes some filmmakers, and not even just filmmakers, you do this with athletes, through rappers, through actors. Some people, though, like I said with the Howard thing, some people are a certain way. Like even Metallica, for example. I was huge into Metallica. They even said recently, when they were in the early 90s, they were more fucking doing drugs, they were more fucking angry, and a lot of fans are like, damn, the newer Metallica, you guys seem so fucking watered down and not yourselves. And they're like, well, we are older, we're not as fucking raunchy and edgy, but the thing is, you gained hundreds of millions of fucking fans for making music a certain way. When you change that, when you do a whole 180 on your art, now all the fans you've amassed, it's like the thing of, it's how much should art change or stay the same? Because people, like comedians, how many people, George Carlin died, Eddie Murphy's still around, Dave Chappelle. I feel like Chappelle right now in 2021 is as raunchy as he's ever fucking been. If Dave would have spent the past 5 comedy specials doing a whole 180 on his comedy, I'd fucking hate him. I love the fact that Chappelle's one of maybe 3 people left that still doesn't give a fuck. He's going to say and do what he wants.
I could say this. Dave Chappelle, his comedy style has definitely changed, but he didn't get lighter is the thing. He got heavier with his shit. It's not, he didn't go from being this deep, dark guy to all of a sudden being this,
Right.
His thing was he became, as time went by, he got harder with his comedy. So it's
always been raw and raunchy, not cutting you off, bro. But those who follow the comedy circuit, there's different styles of comedy. You got your sitcoms. For those that don't know what that means situational comedy. There's the slapstick, those who could throw their whole body in this wall and we'll start giggling like fuck over it. Physical comedy. And then you got the observational comedy, which in my humble opinion, I consider it situational comedy because it's you analyzing something, but you looking at it from a hilarious absurdity. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dave Chappelle mastered that specialty along with his rawness and directiveness. And like you said, he did change, but he didn't change it up to a point where it's like a whole 180, like you said, bro. Yeah. You can still hear that observational and kind of sitcom. And when I say sitcom, I'm not talking about like a TV show sitcom, but where you can visualize what's going on as he talks about it while getting a good laugh with the rawness and directiveness and raunchiness. And I think it's because of his consistency and how I use the word often, integrity. That's probably what has kept his audience old and new.
He's been,
My humble opinion.
He's been producing good stuff. The thing though about art that a lot of people have got to take into consideration, I feel like this is the problem that a lot of people run into, is that the guy who was creating art in 1980 is not the same guy that's creating this art in 2021. It's like people expect somebody to say the same, but people create, like a comedian, a musician, even some actors, book writers, like authors, when they create their art, right? It literally comes from experiences in their life, right? You watch any comedian, you go to them to be funny, but they a lot of times will give you stories of shit that happened in their life. As they become more successful, things are going to change. They're going to tell a different story. It's the same in music. Like some rappers will rap about being poor, being from the hood, having to sell drugs. Yeah. They get rich, and all of a sudden their rap becomes my Bentleys, my mansions, all these bitches, my chains. It's like it'll change depending on the experiences they've had. Yeah. So it's like I don't expect. If I'm watching somebody do something in like late 80s, early 90s, I don't want that person, especially when it comes to music. This is especially for music. I don't need the musician I was listening to in the 80s and 90s, the shit that he was rapping and singing about in the 80s and 90s. In 2021, you better not be rapping about that same shit. Yeah.
And as you said that, Biggie Smalls, rest in peace to one of the legends. He actually said, when it came to his lyrical craft, when Ready to Die became one of the hits for the hip-hop empire, where he was talking about selling crack and dope on the roughest streets of Brooklyn. When he became successful, he even said to like his superiors, Diddy, whoever, yo, I can't talk about that anymore. I'm not in that type of lifestyle anymore. So when he came with Life After Death, before he passed, he pretty much switched it up. You know, he still was telling, a deep lyrical tale, but it was no longer him selling kilos or whatever. Yeah. And also, there was something you mentioned that when it comes to, a person, whether it's someone in the media, a famous, entertainer we like or look up to, even us as everyday blue-collar gentlemen and fellas, every 10 to 12 years, we go through what is called an evolutionary or transitional change. What might have been our hunger 10, 12 years ago may not be our interests or ambitions now. So, every 10 to 12 years, our mindset, our growth and maturity or ambitions behind that maturity
is going to change.
Absolutely. Yeah. Some may like it, some may not, depending on who is critiquing.
Yeah, I don't know. Art's different in people.
Absolutely.
Me and Al talked about that last time before you came over, Lou, about people changing, evolving, and staying the same. I know, like, Al is who he is. If Al's like, Chris, listen, I decided to go fucking vegan, I'm going to block his number. I'm not going to talk to him anymore.
If tomorrow I said I'm going to go vegan, I'm going to block my number and not talk to me anymore.
Honestly, I think you would have felt my whole frequency, bro, Al. I think you would feel it through all these microphones, a death stare. I'm going to be like, yeah, man, this great article we're going to talk about tonight on the podcast. And you want to hear this dum every 5 minutes.
That's like it. Art's a different thing, but so far,
art is definitely different.
All the years I've known Al, that's what I love about Al. When I talk to him, Al has always been Al, and if he ever fucking changed the way he is, I would just be so disappointed because I love talking to Al because like even I told him I listened to everything we record, and the way he was breaking down the rapper situation, I never really thought about it like that. That made so much sense to me about
I listened to that episode, even though I wasn't there for it. I listened to the episode. I've been trying to catch up to all the great material of the Blue Collar, podcast. Me being a lyricist, a poet, an artist myself. So when I was tuning in, how you said, bro, it hit you different based on the outstanding dialogue and outlook and perspective he gave. It hit me on the same level, if not maybe more, being artist, being a poet and stuff like that.
It's like, I think at the end of the day,
it made me rethink certain things that I didn't look at before.
Yeah.
So when I say that, Al, thank you.
I mean, because definitely you figure all art, though, whether it's like any version of art definitely is a reflection of who you are.
Absolutely.
And some people could say, like, some people do change and evolve over time. And, I don't know, I still fucking kind of feel like Al, where Chris will always be a 10-year-old at heart. Like, I'm always going to love Dragon Ball Z and Spider-Man. And part of this fucking podcast, what we do when we get YouTube going, movie reviews, I just don't ever, say we're doing this shit 10 years from now. I don't want 10 years from now to say, well, Chris and Al were 10 years older, and now we're just not going to have the same kind of comedy. Like, that. I love the fact that our comedic outlook and views on life, I don't want this part to change. Like, if we do, say, get a pretty decent following, people will, like Howard Stern, for example, or anybody, they will start liking a podcast based on my views and Al's views and yours, anybody. Right. If Al does a whole fucking 180, it's like I became, I started becoming a fan of yours because of the way you view things. Now you're viewing things in a whole different fucking way.
Imagine that.
The reality of life is sometimes you change. Sometimes people change, right?
Yeah.
I'll put it to you like this. Let me use the vegan thing as an example, right? I would never choose to be vegan. I would never choose it. Like, there's never going to be a point in my life where I'm like, I'm giving up all meat. I'm going to only eat plants, right? But if I go to my doctor one day and he says, Al, the next burger is going to murder you. This burger is going to put you in a headlock and choke you out, son. You need to start eating plants. Now I have real life shit to consider, right? Yeah. Now, if I become a vegan, but it's not going to be like I wanted it, it's going to be something that's forced. So it's like sometimes you got to make changes in life. Sometimes life changes you whether you want it or not. Well, right? But some people change.
I couldn't see you, though, as a person just constantly saying, Chris, like, you had a hamburger? What the fuck is wrong with you? Join me.
Nah, that's not going to be me. What's going to be me is it's going to be, Chris, another hamburger? God damn it, you know I can't have hamburgers. Why are you going to eat this hamburger in front of me? Then I'm going to smack the burger out of your hand and pee on it, because if I can't have it...
I'm not going to lie, I wouldn't be upset with him. Like, you know what, you're right, you got that. Like, but as somebody who loves him, though, it's if Al physically couldn't eat a Whopper, I love him that much where I'm not going to eat one in front of him. Like, this shit's delicious. How can you smell it?
It is funny as you said that if he end up peeing over it. Imagine if, he did that transition that no one was expecting. We trying to adjust to it, but hate it. I'm over here like, yeah, man, this double Baconator King is about to be slamming. Yo, Al, why you standing over my mic?
I'm gonna be honest with you, dude. If I had
why you standing over my mic with your pants unzipped? What you trying to do?
Before Al says that, I'm not gonna lie. I've been a couple of times where I've had the munchies so bad. If Al did piss on my burger, depending how many gummies I've had, it may not stop me.
But honestly, if I ever became a vegan, dude, if I had to become a vegan in my life, I swear to you, nobody would hate it more than me. I would be the most upset about it.
Dead ass Broly of our realm would come out.
I'd say one thing after fucking month, like, damn, Chris, see Al
over red beef.
Lube, like, you see, fuck Al. Al looks like he's 30 pounds thinner. Yeah, and he's got a lot more muscle. He's pissed off.
I wouldn't want somebody who just got lean and muscular and shredded from being vegan, pissed off that I'm eating something that he transitioned. Not by his choice. Yo, you know what the fuck is going on with me, man. You gonna eat a fucking Baconator in front of me? Should I beat your ass on this podcast? No. Then put that shit away.
Oh, Christ.
You my bro, so I would do that out of respect. I wouldn't taunt you like
be like, I love you a lot, my man, but this burger is stressing me out. I need you to put that away.
I'm about to go legendary if you take the first fucking bite.
Oh, Christ. Yo, this Kraken's hitting me. Holy, that's my second glass of Kraken. How you feeling?
This I've been nursing this morning cup. This is definitely doing
that's what I've been doing too. Usually Chris could tell you, usually when he got like a good brew for an episode, I'm usually down in these shits 5-6 cups and I'm still maintaining. Yeah, I'm literally sipping it like I'm breastfeeding.
Yeah, I'm nursing the second one. Damn.
I'm like,
Here's a funny and interesting news article that you two gentlemen can talk to me about. Now, we all agree that whenever you go out in public or go anywhere, there is certain dress attire. We know that and shit. Like, if Al hopped into a fucking plane wearing a thong, you may cause problems.
If I hop into a plane wearing a thong, I need you to call the hospital because clearly something is going on mentally.
Yeah.
Get in touch with the hospital before you call anybody else. Tell them send a penny wagon.
So let me get your guys' view. So this woman says, why I was kicked off the plane. I'm fat, I'm tattooed, and mixed race in a sports bra. I'm not sure if her being mixed race has anything to do with it, but
not a damn thing. I'm mixed. I'm feeling some type of way right now.
So, a woman, she claims she was booted from a plane because her stomach was showing, says she actually was discriminated against because she's fat, and she's tattooed, and she's mixed race. And of course, where does she turn to? TikTok. And gets 1.3 million views and 180,000 likes. In the footage, she can be seen getting escorted off a flight by police officers who proceed to question her about the incident. Then she alleges that it started when Alaska Airlines staff were harassing her about her clothes, which consisted of a midriff bearing top and biker shorts. I was harassed about my outfit. I put my shirt back on. They asked me to put my shirt back on. And then they approached me again saying, I can't wear this, that my stomach is showing and it's inappropriate. She then tells a cop that she was wearing a sports bra, helpfully flashing him to prove it, and was asked by a flight attendant to cover up, which she eventually did with a pink leopard print shirt, and that didn't do it. So then they approached me again saying, I can't wear this, my stomach is showing and it's inappropriate. Then the cops had to escort her off the plane. If you're going to kick me off, kick me off. I've done what you asked me for. I want you to leave me alone. So she says, throughout my life as a fat person, I've had to deal with fat phobia, especially growing up in the Midwest, but not to this degree. So, I don't know. I did a news article that was a few months back. This woman, she was a pretty, good looking woman. She was a model, had a massive chest. She had basically what I could appear kind of like a sock on her fucking chest. And she was upset that the fucking flight asked her to put a shirt on and stuff. And she's like, I'm pretty sure I showed Al this article where she just was wearing almost nothing. And I don't know, how do you guys fucking feel about if you go onto a flight, there is a certain dress attire. So do you think that are the flights now being too harsh with their dress attire?
Oh, this is my thing. I think you need to have as a company, as any business, if you are a business that deals in anything that directly relates to the general public, if you want people to dress a certain way on your flight, you have to have a clear outline dress code. And if they do have that dress code and she's violating it, as a company, they have a right to say, you're not following the dress code that we have lined out.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then I guess they're not wrong.
Yeah.
But on the other side of that, was she really violating? I would need to know what their dress code is, and I would need to see what she's wearing. Because I wouldn't. And my thing is this: if you kick her off the plane and she complied, at least refund her money. Give her her money back. If I can't get on the plane now because of something that I'm doing that you claim is in violation, at least give her her money back. If she got her money back, if she was refunded, then this is a non-issue. Really, she's making a bigger deal than it has to be. Of
course, as I do, sometimes I'll read through the comments section. One guy got the most likes. He just said, well, I can't tell guy or girl, but nobody should be wearing a sports bra in public. Sports bra, a bra worn for sporting activities, is still a bra. Because apparently she was just wearing a sports bra and jeans.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't know.
So, how do you not wear a sports bra in public? Because if you're wearing a sports bra to do sporting activity, you're out in public. So that statement in itself is just crazy. But what I'm saying is, if they have the only defense that they can have is if they have a clear outline dress code for boarding their plane or using their service, and she's violating it. That's the only defense they can have. Because if if I walk into a gas station, not a gas station, if I walk into an airport and I'm wearing pants and a shirt, and you say well, you're a fat guy and your shirt and your pants is way too tight. I'm uncomfortable with the way you look. I'm like, well, at this point, I don't give a fuck how you feel about how I look.
Yeah.
I'm following the guidelines.
Right.
I got a shirt and a pants on. If you approach me now because you feel like my clothes is too tight and you don't like my fat folds hanging out or whatever, you got a you problem. But I'm not violating the dress code. So it's like, do they have a legit case, or are they just saying, well, me personally, I didn't like what you were wearing, so you can't get on the flight?
No, because I've seen this the past, especially like maybe the past year, I've seen this a lot in terms of like, now with influencers and TikTokers when gyms. Like I just said, I'm not going to tell anybody how to dress. I just know for me, like I wear sweatpants, I wear a t-shirt, usually a hoodie, and I go to the fucking gym and I work out. Mm-hmm. Some girls, I said, I said this before jokingly, like I dated a fucking stripper and I have no problem admitting to that.
I'm in love with a stripper.
I've been to fucking gym sometimes where I'm looking over, I'm like, sweetheart, my ex-girlfriend would say, God damn, put some clothes on.
Like, yo, that's a fact. I've been to the gym. I've been to the gym where I've seen girls literally come in there in like the skimpiest shit. Yeah. And if you got no problem doing this in public and there's no dress code violation, then I don't care what you're doing. Like, I'm not mad that you're fucking almost like 90% naked working out in front of me. Yeah. Like, I'm not mad at it, but I'm pretty sure there's somebody that's going to be pissed. So my thing is, I stand on it where...
How dare you put them jiggly cheeks away?
Yeah. I mean, but as funny as it is, though, the gyms do, and they get pissed off, they make TikToks and shit, and they get pissed off saying, well, the gym kicked me out. And I'm like, well, again, like, the gym, I cannot fucking go do squats barefoot, but we're fucking either being barefooted or wearing flip-flops. I can't, So, essentially, and me and Al talked about this, that, like, yes, maybe some of you chicks are there to fucking kind of model yourself and show yourself off, but the point of the gym is like, look, you want to model yourself, go to the beach or something, go fuck or whatever, but like, I'm here to work out, and a lot of girls are there to work out. Like the gym has fucking policy, sweetheart. You're not there to fucking gain 100 more thousand followers on Instagram and shit, and so I mean, I gotta go with fucking Al. We're just like, a lot of these places, whether it fucking be, airport, airplanes, gyms, they do have fucking policies. Like on the bus, you cannot enter the fucking bus being shirtless, male or fucking female. And some people now, the whole thing is, a lot of it's entitlement. Oh, well, you're fat shaming me, or you're my body, blah, blah. No, go fucking put a shirt on. You're not entering the bus without a shirt.
It's just a simple fact. If there's a policy in place and they're not allowed to, if the company is like, this is our policy, we're not going to serve you. You can't access our service unless you follow our guidelines. Then you deciding you want to go against the guidelines, you're creating your own problems. Like, I feel like people create their own problems. Yeah. Because it's as simple as just follow the guidelines. It's not, if you want to use this service, follow the guidelines, follow the rules like everybody else that's using the service is doing. Why do you want to stand out and be special?
It does make me wonder where she puts down, she's like, well, I was fat and tattooed. I'm also biracial or mixed race. Like, do you think they kicked you off the plane because of your race?
I don't know. Some people feel that way. It's big. I mean, some people feel that way, and sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. There's no way to know.
There's a saying, feelings are real and legit, but they don't equal facts. If they do equal facts, that means you looked into it to see where your feelings add up to the logics.
Yeah, that's true. But a lot of people, it's like we've been saying for the past couple of episodes, a lot of people operate in their feelings all the time. So I'm not gonna co-sign and say she's right. I'm just saying, if she violated their policy, then they had every right to kick her off. The only thing that I think she should have done is they should give her money back and be like, we're not letting you on the plane, you violate our dress code guidelines, here's your money, have a good day. And that should be it. Right. It's like, what's weird is like people, the sense of entitlement that people have right now, it's at an all-time high. Where somebody's going to be like,
very, very.
I want to use the service that you're selling. I don't want to abide by any of the rules that you have in place, but I still want the service. And if I don't get the service, I'm going to go and try to shit on you as much as I can because you don't want to, like, come on, man, be reasonable.
Then hop on fucking TikTok and get 1 million views.
People are just unreasonable right now. Like, it's crazy.
Speaking of an asshole, look, here's a funny news article. It says Louisiana man was caught on Tesla's camera
my home state
faking being hit by a car. He was arrested for lying about being struck by a Tesla after the vehicle's 360-degree camera recorded the entire event. Yep. He told the cops that he was injured after being hit by the reversing Tesla in the parking lot of a busy gas station, and they showed the fucking videos that he was faking his injuries. Said he was telling the cops that he suffered back, leg, and neck injuries after being struck by the electric car, and they're like, "No, you didn't."
Fucking idiot. This is where technology exposes the idiots.
Yeah,
said it right, bro.
Sometimes
fucking idiots.
Sometimes fucking technology is good. Sometimes it's bad. But yeah, people like that. Like, what you'll fucking do to like try to get a quick buck or something? You know, it's like, oh, the car hit me, and like, no.
You know what's weird? It's like it's such an ingenious plan. Like, if you got that level of ingenuity to fucking come up with a scam, why don't you go get a job and put that to work for somebody, make some money in your life? Like, why would you just fucking sit around and try to scam people all the time?
Yeah, really.
I get so happy when people like they get caught. Like I just the other day was watching this video online where this guy was harassing this group of people, right? But he was harassing them, and I was glad that he was, because what he was doing was exposing their bullshit. As these guys all pulled up in a van, parked the van, hopped out of the van, changed their clothes into fucked up clothes. They all pulled signs out and then headed off in different directions. And the guy's like, look at these guys. This is like a job to them. Like, they pull up in a brand new fucking 2021 van and fucking jump out, take their good clothes off and put shitty clothes on, and then go stand somewhere in the middle of a street with a sign up begging for cash. And you know it's lucrative. You know they're making money because they come in and do it every day. And it's like, if you could come and stand on a street corner for fucking 8, 9, 10 hours a day, why not go get a job? Like, why not just go get a job and collect a paycheck? But that standing around must pay better.
This is wow, definitely controversial, and see how you guys feel about this. This is that a teacher, she's accused of taping a face mask on a humiliated 9-year-old student. So, a furious Las Vegas mother is calling for the resignation of a substitute teacher who she taped a face mask to her 9-year-old son after he forgot to wear it in class. He was very upset. He was crying. He was humiliated. And then this says the school has required masks in school regardless of age of COVID-19 or vaccination status. Then she said, instead of simply telling him to put it back on, the teacher pulled him up in front of the classroom, taped the mask across the top of his face, and then the entire class busted out laughing. Then she slapped a second layer of adhesive to the top of the boy's forehead. And then the school officials caught wind of it, and I'm not sure how they assume it through cameras and shit.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. When it comes to humiliating or abusing kids, I'm not for it. Because
especially he's 9 years old too.
Yeah, this is my whole thing. Like, no matter what you think that kid was going through, what you were going through yourself, at the end of the day, that's a 9-year-old kid, and that's somebody's kid that's not gonna like that. Like, if it's my kid, you know what I'm doing? I'm catching a charge because I'm walking into the school and putting hands on the teacher. Like, you're not going to just embarrass my kid, pull him up in front of the class and do stupid shit because you think that you got some kind of point to prove with a 9-year-old. Like, it's just not going to happen. It's I don't know, man. That shit rubs me the wrong way all the time.
Yeah, that's why I want to ask you too. Yeah, especially it's like, if the kid's the article said that he forgot his mask. You couldn't give him a mask or something, but the fact that you pulled him up.
What was the point of, I'm going to humiliate this 9-year-old, I'm going to tape a mask to his face and have everybody mock him?
He's sitting there crying and stuff, and
that shit has never sat well with me, ever.
And that's the thing with the whole mask thing. I'm like, hey, like, whether, and that's becoming the fucking problem, not take away the fucking vaccine with the masks. Like, right. Even right now, like, I still go to some stores right now in New York State, and actually around this area, some stores are still enforcing it, some stores aren't. I don't know, but like, for you to sit there and fucking humiliate a 9-year-old, and then you pin a kid down and you duct tape it to his head in front of the entire classroom because you're so diehard about the mask policy. Like, holy shit, man! Like, damn. I'm like, I was like saying, if the kid's fucking mother shows up and pulls out a goddamn gun, you're gonna wonder why. Like, shit.
I promise you, I would catch a charge if it was my kid. If it's my 9-year-old, I'm definitely gonna be involved with some cops that day.
Yeah,
that's 100%.
I've screw with you. I'm so far I've been lucky. Mine's 14. I never had this kind of situation because COVID wasn't a thing when he was 9. But shit, if I read something like this about my kid, oh boy.
I don't know, dude. It's like people just in the heat of the moment, people do shit and they feel like they're right or they're justified. But when it's like when you play back that tape and you ask them like, why'd you do this? It's always like, I don't even know. I wasn't thinking straight that day or whatever. But
yeah.
Like I said, when it comes to kids, man, if you're abusing kids, I'm never on your team. Like never. Like I'm never. I don't have your back.
Speaking of schools, this is I'm not sure what to say about this one, but okay. This is that Rutgers bars unvaccinated student from attending virtual classes.
Wow.
That makes no sense. Like if it's a virtual class,
I wanted the long pause between you two. Let this sink in for a second.
Does it matter if he's vaccinated or not?
And
I mean, I don't know. I get that's some kind of pressure put on the person to get vaccinated. But like I said, if the class is virtual, I'm not being vaccinated is not affecting you at all.
Yeah.
Literally no way.
A New Jersey student has been barred from taking classes at Rutgers because he's not been vaccinated, even though he is only studying from his house. And he says that because all my classes were remote, some 70 miles from Rutgers campus in New Brunswick, he was locked out of the email and related accounts when he went to pay for his tuition at the end of last month, and was told he needed to be vaccinated even though he's not attending in person.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Sure. That's what I said. It's okay. I just had to pull up for you guys because it's all right. I'm not even gonna fucking. As I said, I like the fact I was like, that makes no fucking sense.
It doesn't. It don't. He's not. You're not at a school prop. Like if they were all congregating at the school campus and the school was like, you got to be vaccinated to attend, I'd be like, oh, that makes more sense. Yeah. But if you're at home and you're doing virtual classes from a remote location, why does him being vaccinated even matter? Like, yeah. I mean, like I said, the only thing I could think of is that's them trying to put some kind of pressure on all their students to get vaccinated, but why?
Yeah, it sounds that's what it sounds like.
It's like sit down and explain to me in a reason what fucking sense this makes. But this is funny because Al just mentioned on the last podcast how you said you watched two guys get into an altercation over a car incident and one guy pulls out a gun and you're thinking to yourself, this could have been fucking avoided. And Kansas man is charged in deadly shooting over a missing Amazon package. So you shot man, a man fatally shot another man. It's just imagine just sitting there in fucking prison. What are you in for? I shot the Amazon driver because he messed up my package. Like, what? You're doing life in prison over a fucking Amazon package? Holy shit.
That's nutty.
People and their emotions when people get into their feelings and try to react in the worst way.
Darnell Walker's fucking 34 years old, dude. 34. You're arrested for first-degree murder after he fatally shot 27-year-old Travis Eugene Bowman on Saturday night. Detectives believe the shooting stemmed from an argument and physical altercation between the two men regarding a missing package that had been delivered to the apartment of the victim's sister. Mm-hmm. And, so he delivered it to his sister as fucking, oh, God. Comments, what the fuck is wrong with people?
Good question.
This one guy said, just saying, what the fuck was in that package? It's Jesus Christ, dude. So, wow. This is scary. So, I mean, Australia, but still. Australian court rules that media outlets can be sued for Facebook user comments. I mean, okay. It's like suing people over the fucking comments section and shit. Like that's yeah. I don't know, man. That's scary. It's like when it happens to other countries. I wonder how fucking all right. So this one is dad makes emotional plea after his teen son dies from COVID-19. I did read this, but like there was more to the story, that the fact that this father's son wound up having like multiple surgeries, but his father said his son's lungs had been severely damaged and shit. And yeah, it sucks. But he was, I mean, a 15. Yeah, that's what like I would say in the fucking past. Al was like saying this fucking virus. It's so random on who it targets. It could be. I mean, I've seen articles. Someone's 96 years old. They're fine from COVID. You know, this kid's 15. A 15-year-old fucking died. It's yeah. But of course, there's not. Well, this is a different one. But there's not a lot of fucking information of why this kid died for. There was a separate one that did say this kid had a very like weakened immune system and shit. But wow. Good on New York City. This is fucking rat infested homeless encampment turns New York City block into a nightmare. Holy shit. Wow.
Word.
So it says fucking a troubled vagrant has turned a block into a revolting rat infested encampment that's been a years-long headache to locals who claim the city's done nothing about it. I mean, I guess the other shit going on. So the unidentified homeless man has been living on the street for at least 3 years, the neighbor said, and is taken to defecating and urinating in a phone booth while tracked them.
A phone booth? Phone booths still exist in New York City?
Apparently, it says one merchant's calling his minion rats. It says he's been there for so long and he pisses and shits who manages the bar across the street. At nighttime, when I'm finished with work, I can see him with literally 10 or 20 rats around him. He runs after pigeons now and again. He's got pet rats.
Wow.
Jesus Christ. The man's encampment near Church Street runs the length of an entire storefront with mountains of trash, traffic safety cones, a shopping cart, and a chair surrounding a blue tarp where he sleeps. Wow. Okay, so don't fuck with Wilbur here. Dude's got fucking the army of rats. Oh shit.
Damn, the army of rats.
Like this article says, why you should think twice before walking around an airport half naked. I mean, Jesus Christ. It says people, yeah, it's just more airport bullshit. Like, those planes are deep cleaned twice a year. Why would you want your skin against those seats? Yeah, so air cabin is refreshed every few minutes, thus reducing the risk of COVID-19 particles. Surfaces can be teemed with bacteria and viruses. Yeah. Germs that cause a common cold, flu, staph infections, and norovirus, not to mention E. coli, which can result in serious infections, have all been found lurking on surfaces inside planes. Jesus Christ, man. Boy, thousands of people sit in these planes every week, and when you're sitting in it, adding that between flight wipe downs do not thoroughly clean a plane's upholstery. I mean, they're probably not wrong, because I'm not going to talk too much about my fucking job, but I recently had Celine ask me, she's like, Chris, and I would know this, how often are your buses thoroughly cleaned? I'm like, well, yeah, there's, okay. So, every fucking few weeks, honey, but here's what I told her. I've got a psychotic girlfriend that likes doing this. I said, honey, here's why, according to news, here's why you should never sleep naked, ever. So, the average person passes gas 15 to 25 times a day. This can happen while you're sleeping. A scientific study, according to doctors, proved every time you pass gas, you're spraying a tiny amount of fecal material. While that's gross but true, the doctor's saying underwear can help eradicate some of the germs. And that same study shows your tidy whities will catch all of these particles. So for the sake of your bed partner, please sleep with your underwear on. So when you're sleeping naked on fucking sheets, male or female, and you keep farting in your fucking sleep, you're spraying shit particles onto your sheets.
Listen, that's not a thing that most people care about. I'll tell you why. 90% of us right now are licking our partner's booty hole. You think we care?
He's not wrong.
It's not a lie.
So pretty much based on their article, we're conjuring our own dookie spray.
Listen,
our flatulence Febreze.
The amount of fecal matter in a fart or whatever is not a significant amount.
I like how you said that. Fecal Lysol.
Because Al just said I'm laughing because I told Selena this, and 2 days later I look over, she's sleeping naked. I'm like, eh. And what I did to her this morning, so yeah, you're not fucking wrong. He's right though.
It's weird for people to even bring that up.
Most of us guys, especially if we laid it down with our lady, we ain't gonna think about
that's somebody who's been married for 20 years, is bored of his girlfriend or wife or some shit, and like, yeah,
not even don't have to be bored. Could be just comfortable.
Because I even had this morning, wake up, it's like 6 a.m., I did work at 7:30, look over, and I'm like, I've been single for so many fucking years. I have this gorgeous fucking brown, wonderful person laying next to me. I don't give a shit about her fecal material.
So you probably could go in, want to brush your teeth or use some mouthwash. She's on the toilet. Hey, baby.
You're not wrong.
See, that's what I say. It don't have to be you're bored. Because the ones that are loyal and faithful, they're not bored of their significant other or how some would say their better half. They're comfortable. That's a sign of love. Like,
on a side note,
I don't care if you taking a shit in front of me. You my girl, baby.
It was funny. Like a friend of mine who I'm not going to name, but like he wouldn't listen to this. He would say like, dude, it's such a fucking turn off when girls fart. I couldn't date a girl who farts and shit. And I'm like, yeah, dude, you haven't been laid in a decade and stuff. And I wake up this morning, Selena's just, hey, honey, me on the fucking toilet. And I'm like, you know what? You just fucked my brains out. Go ahead and blast off on the toilet. I don't give a shit. Like, with some guys are like, I couldn't date a fucking girl who farts in front of me. And I'm like,
know what's weird about that statement is like, she's a human being. Do you think she doesn't fart? Like, what the fuck? Where would that, like, what would even put that thing in your head that girls aren't supposed to fart?
Yeah.
They try to confuse being feminine and ladylike. It's they don't fart. Nah, that's like you said, bro. It's part of human nature. I'm gonna wonder what's wrong with you. You ain't farting, let alone in front of me.
We'll ask both you guys now. Like, you're both not married by any means, but like, Al or Lou, if you're with a girl for extended period of time, whether it's a girlfriend or fucking marriage, if like you walked into the bathroom and she's taking a shit, like, would you just like, I've heard so many fucking couples, married or not, they've been with their partner for 10, 15, 20 fucking years, and I've listened to like, I've been married 20 years, I've never one time been in the bathroom or seen my wife take a shit, and I'm like, you've been married 20 fucking years, you've never seen your wife shit once, and some guys are...
Here's the beautiful thing about my situation. I'm not married, and the girl I'm seeing has her own place. So she used to take a shit, she'd go to fuck home. But nah, this is my thing. The amount of gross shit that I've already done to this chick, like a couple nights ago, I treated her to the Dutch oven.
Oh boy,
I'm glad I held that Kraken brew. That would have been all over this podcast.
I just spit my Kraken out.
Exactly, bro. I would have done the same thing.
We had just got done doing what we were doing.
Right.
And we were laying around. We were just talking, laughing, joking about bullshit. And then I felt the bubble guts. And I was like, oh, this is going to happen. She's about to be the victim of a Dutch oven. And I started laughing out loud because I knew what I was going to do. And she's laying next to me with a completely confused look on her face because she wants to know why I'm laughing.
Oh, you about to...
She asked me like 3 different times, like, what happened? And I can't stop laughing. She's like, what happened? I'm still laughing. She's like, what's going on? And then I fucking threw the sheet over her head.
Oh, boy.
And let it rip.
Damn.
And she fought like a cat in a wet bag. and sure enough, when she let me up, she violently attacked me, but I was laughing so hard I couldn't even defend myself. But it's just one of them things that you do. So it's like the whole thing about fecal matter, like, who cares? Like, nobody gives a shit about that.
No, you're right, though. Through, like, listen to fucking Stern, like, I believe Howard, or just even, like, friends and family, I've listened to people, like, I've been married for so long, and I've never, like, I won't let my girlfriend or wife fart around me, and I'm like, damn, dude, like, how bad is...
Can you really trust a woman that doesn't fart around? Like, if she's not farting around you, you know what that means? Is that she's not comfortable enough around you to let a fart rip. Like, dude... Who wants that? Like that's something you will accept in the first like 2 months of dating. If I'm dating you for 6 months and I've never heard you like fart, and I've never been in a situation where I could tell you how stink I think your fart is.
Yeah.
Like, if that's never happened in a 6 month span, I don't know that I'm fucking with you past the 6 months.
Sure, hear this. I'm like, yeah, honey, you are very comfortable around me because fuck, you have no problem letting everything hang the fuck out.
She's supposed to be comfortable. Like
you're right.
Like if you're dating a person, y'all supposed to be comfortable with each other enough that everything goes. Like, if I go in the bath, like, it's been times where I go into the bathroom to take a piss, and she would literally come in the bathroom and hold my dick for me. Now that is a level of comfort that
you know what
that you could only acquire through time.
God damn it, Al! I'm about to try something tomorrow.
Yo, listen, dude, I'm telling you, I promise you, she'll love it. If you get up to go to the bathroom to take a piss and you ask her to come in the bathroom and aim it for you, she's going to love it. She's going to love that you
on the next podcast, I'm going to say, Chris, why do you have a black eye? Well, honey, Al told me to do this.
Facts. I'm doing you a favor.
You know what?
Like, I ask this chick regularly to aim it for me.
Holy shit. You know what? Oh, God damn it. Now, when Selena fucking texts, Al, you son of a bitch. Like, wow, I never thought of that.
Tell her I said she's welcome.
Fucking toxic masculinity. Oh shit. All right, so you guys, have you two ever heard of this clothing line called Brandy Melville?
Nope.
I have.
Okay.
Not. What is it?
And what it says, this is from business standpoint. Brandy Melville, CEO, doesn't allow black or fat girls to work in his stores. Oh shit!
Wait, read that again?
Brandy Melville, the cult favorite one size fits most brand targeted at teen girls, has an atmosphere fostered by its CEO that promotes misogyny and racism. Okay. The CEO, Stephen Marson, created a toxic workplace where only white, thin, pretty girls were allowed to work in his stores. Wow. So former senior vice president Luca Rotondo said she was told by him to hire only girls who fit his specifications. If she was black, if she was fat, he didn't want him in his store. Damn. So, oh boy.
That's kind of stupid. That's a stupid thing to say out loud. Like,
yeah.
If you want to do that in your store, that's the kind of thing you've got to be hands-on about. Like, you can't designate that job to another person. Because what you're doing is creating a fucking situation where you're going to be liable for some crazy lawsuits. Like, you're dumb for saying that out loud. Like, he's a dum-dum, and whatever comes his way, he deserves.
The report said that he was so involved in every area of the business, he would even ask for full-body pictures of girls, some as young as 14, before he would give the green light for store managers to hire them. And once girls began working there, they were expected to keep sending full body pictures to him whenever they were at the store.
Oh hell no! He's a fucking weirdo creep. Like he's is trafficking in child porn.
He's claiming it was because he wanted to keep an eye on fashion trends. Jesus Christ! Despite the allegedly toxic culture, multiple female employees said they felt it was a status symbol to work at such an exciting brand. Of course he did. And for the girls management favored, known as the Special Snowflakes, they were treated with kid gloves. These girls were given access to the company's Soho loft. Of course you were. They were also flown to trips to Hawaii and Italy. They were also taken on shopping sprees. Oh.
Listen, if you want women to oppress other women, give them a symbol of status.
There you go. That's exactly what it is.
Tell them, you are prettier than them, and you fit this standard that they don't fit, and they will oppress other women just to fucking fit into that.
Now it's saying that
I'm that bitch. My man told me.
Exactly.
So now they're saying those perks led to inappropriate behavior, according to this report. The favored female employees were expected to try on new clothes in front of the male management and strip down in front of them. Oh shit. So, boy, so they're under controversy.
That dude he's a fucking pedophile. I promise you he is. He's a weirdo. He's a creep. He's a sexual predator. And he's the kind of guy that they're going to fucking let him get away with all types of shit for years until he's actually caught red-handed. I promise that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
If nothing happens to him right now, if they don't do anything to him right now, he's going to sexually harass women and fucking do all types of crazy shit for the next 2 or 3 decades before he gets caught. And then, in the future, everybody's going to be saying, well, back in 2021... he fucking did this and did that to me. And we're going to be like, why didn't you say something then? Well, I was busy feeling like I was the highest status symbol because he told me I was pretty and the other girls weren't. I was helping him oppress and abuse women.
So you enabled the problems you're trying to complain to us.
Exactly. You created the problems that you're trying to complain about right now. And so we don't feel bad for you.
So, well, this is weird, but I'll ask you guys, this doesn't affect us in a sense, but, with the vaccine out, and it's always going to be controversial, obviously.
Right.
But this is a new order. This NIH orders a $2 million study on how the COVID-19 vaccine impacts a woman's menstrual cycle. And I'm just reading through the comments, and someone's like, why weren't they doing this before becoming FDA approved? I don't know, but, I don't know anything about how they do the studies, how they do vaccines. I'm not sure. I'm just reading the fucking article. I mean, I'm not sure if they tested enough or anything, but now they're studying how this affects a woman's period, basically.
Yeah, that means nothing to me.
Yeah.
I'm not a woman. I don't have menstrual cycles. That means zero to me. The only people that should be concerned about that is women. Like, women should be raising all types of arms right now. Like, why didn't you motherfuckers do this earlier?
Yeah.
Right. Me, I do not care. Like,
Yeah. So like one person got like 200. No, he got like fucking like 1,000 likes. Like, wow. My wife and I were thinking of getting our 13-year-old daughter vaccinated, but my wife and I are held out for a few more studies for kids. This doesn't help my confidence when it would affect a 13-year-old's menstrual cycle. I mean, he's not wrong.
Here's the thing. The fact that they're studying how it would affect means that nobody knows that it has an effect. So for him to even make the claim, well, it's gonna affect my 13 years. How do you know? You don't know that it's gonna. The study isn't done yet. Right. So what are you talking about? Like I hate people, and this is what's going to bother me is that people are now going to use this statement to claim, well, it's affecting menstrual cycles. They're doing the study right now. Nobody knows if it does or not. Yeah. But these guys, you're going to hear, I promise you, give it a couple of days. This is going to be all over social media. Everybody's going to be saying, oh, it's going to fuck up your menstrual cycle. Don't take the vaccine. And I'm like, nobody knows yet, but that's not going to stop people from spreading false information as usual.
This is something tell you both about. This is, I never read this before. This is funny, but so I was defrosted. Siblings that were born 18 months apart discovered that they're twins. I was like, wait, huh? So, okay.
When he was a frozen egg, a frozen embryo or something?
Okay. Despite an 18-month age gap, Australian natives Sarah's 18, her brother's 20. They're actually fraternal twins, according to, of course. I'm getting so tired of, they made a TikTok video with a TikTok video with 9 million views. Selena, we're making a fucking TikTok. Like, Jesus Christ. So, in the video, Sarah addresses people's confusion when she says that she and her brother are twins. In the caption she wrote, "My parents forgot to tell me," apparently. What do you think? They were conceived in the same batch of embryos on the same day through in vitro fertilization.
Okay, it makes sense.
But Sarah's embryo was stored in a freezer for 2 years before they implanted it into her mother. The doctors had a high success rate of embryos fertilized, she said. After examination, they picked the two strongest embryos. One was the brother, one was a sister. So, I was defrosted and implanted around 12 months after my twin brother was born. Wow. So, she spent 16 years of her life not knowing a vital piece of her family tree until one day she made a joke about being adopted to her father because she thought she looked and acted differently than the rest of her family. My dad was driving me to school, she recalled. He then said, "Well, I know for a fact you aren't adopted because your brother is your twin brother." So, I mean, that's... I
mean, that doesn't affect her life in any way, whether she knew that or
You're
not.
100% right.
Like, if nobody ever told her that, it wouldn't affect anything about her life or existence.
Yeah. So, anyway. Wow, this is weird. The UK is banning face injections for teens under the age of 18. Now,
okay, what is a face injection, first of all?
I'm reading it right now. So we talked about that. Now, you probably feel like anybody, there are certain plastic surgeries that for kids like obviously like say a cleft palate. A cleft palate, I can understand fixing that for any kind of kid. Yeah. But things like Botox, okay? Should a 12-year-old be getting Botox injections?
That's nutty.
You know what's fucked up? This is the fucked up thing about that, right? In a society based on capitalism, as long as doctors could make money from it, they're gonna do it, even if it's ethically wrong. Like, if there's no law that says don't do it, but ethically it's not something that should be done, they're gonna go ahead and do it because they could make money.
Right.
So they're gonna risk the life of a 12-year-old girl because she showed up with cash.
Jesus, you're right.
As long as there isn't a law in place that says do not do this, no matter how fucked up it is, if it makes money, they'll do it.
Another article I didn't talk to my 14-year-old about. Anti-wrinkle and filler injections are being banned for beauty customers who are under the age of 18. The age restriction for the two cosmetic procedures reportedly comes at a time tens of thousands of teenagers have undergone treatments to smooth or plump their features. If you're a
teenager,
you're a 15-year-old. Age verification. Like, even you can't get a license. I'm just America, most countries, until you're fucking 16. But at 12, 13, 14, 15, you want fucking Botox. And explain to me any situation where a teenage girl needs fucking anti-wrinkle.
Let me tell you what's happening right now. The world is being being controlled by influencers. And when you have somebody like Kim Kardashian or maybe one of her sisters go on their little billion fucking follower platforms and say, you know, do this or buy this because I have this and I sell this and I look like this because of this. You got a bunch of fucking children that look up to them that want to follow suit. And that's where you get all these little kids thinking, oh, well, this person does Botox, is popular. Why do you think women are out here literally dying doing this Brazilian butt lift bullshit?
Wait,
that is facts.
Wait, say that again, Al?
Brazilian butt lifts.
Oh,
BBL. Women are literally
hold
dying.
up. Here's Chris in Google.
And you know what's crazy about it is that the
fuck is a Brazilian butt lift?
The BBL is expensive.
It's like liposuction, but they take the fat off of one part of the body anatomy and they put it at the buttocks, or how the periodic table call it, gluteus maximus.
Like they essentially make women's stomachs flatter and makes their asses bigger and their thighs.
I believe Kim Kardashian is one of the people who has done it, because the way her booty is shaped doesn't match with her leg shape stature.
Wow.
It's like somebody took a blimp and put it near a pirate ship.
Wow. So.
And like it's the procedure is dangerous because women have literally died from it.
Well, funny, Al, you should mention that.
Women are doing it.
Because Google right now is listening to you, Al. As soon as I type in Brazilian butt lift, the first article that literally pops up, this comes from KTLA.com. Mother and daughter arrested after botched Brazilian butt lift led to the woman's death. It's like
it's crazy. And women are, and you know what's funny is like you ask women why they do this, and they'll say something like, "Well, I want to do something that makes me feel better about myself. I don't want to be as insecure about my body and stuff like that." But I'm like, this procedure should make you insecure because men don't like this. Who are you doing this for? You're not attracting men with this weird shape that you now have. Like, so what? Like, the BBL should make women more insecure than anything. It says,
this cosmetic procedure involved injecting an uncontained liquid silicone substance directly into the buttocks to make the butts look fuller. The consequence of injecting
that's what squats are for.
Uncontained silicone into the body is that it can enter the bloodstream and create embolisms, which can result in serious illness or death. This mother, it was her third procedure. Jesus Christ.
You know how warped your mind has got to be, the level of body dysmorphia you've got to be dealing with to feel like I need to go take surgery so that men could find me attractive. Well, and they say weird shit. Like if you ask any woman that has done the BBL, they'll tell you, well, I'm not doing it for men to find me appealing. I'm doing it so that I feel better about myself. I need to be more secure. Like, what does that mean? Because if you're not doing it to be attractive to men, what the fuck are you risking your life for? Like, you're doing this for what? Like, it's a stupid procedure that is fucking dangerous. And you're doing it for no goddamn reason other than you want to put some clothes on and have people tell you look nice.
Here's the fucked up part. Yeah, so this girl who died was named Carissa Rajpa. Detectives say that there was two women arrested in the case. The 51-year-old and her, a 51-year-old woman and her daughter was 23. Imagine being 23, you're going to fucking prison for this shit. Because they're unlicensed, they've been able to commit these alleged crimes off the grid, recruiting clients through, what do you think? Instagram.
Social media.
They pass themselves off like they have a skill or expertise to do surgeries on the human body, and that's not the case, said a chief detective from the LAPD. After the mother-daughter duo injected the girl, she had complications. They called 911, then fled the scene and left her to die. So Jesus Christ, you left her to fucking die.
Because, and this is, the crazy shit is, you know why people will take the risk of pretending they're a doctor? Because they get to charge stupid amounts of money for this procedure. Like it's literally it's thousands of dollars to have the procedure done.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
If you're not a doctor and you're scamming people and collecting all this money, obviously, what are you going to do when something goes wrong? You're not going to hang out because you have to answer questions.
That's
crazy.
Because this comes from a doctor. A.G. Khalil says, "I was completely terrified. A board-certified surgeon said of the case, I mean, it's a nightmare come true. It's unsafe, it's illegal, and these people are going to have to deal with the consequences. They killed somebody." The surgeon said this happens often. It's done by individuals who aren't trained, who are injecting either silicone-grade stuff from Home Depot or Lowe's, any kind of compound. And It's popular. In fact, Brazilian butt lifts have spiked 80% in the U.S. over the past couple of years.
It's the most popular procedure
Fucking
right
Christ,
now.
man.
It is the thing that is done more than any other thing.
Wow.
Like, women are like, you know what used to be more popular than the Brazilian butt lift? Breast implants used to be the number one thing.
Yeah,
you're
back
right.
in the 70s, 80s, and 90s.
The BBL has taken over that mark. Like, women are now, and it's crazy because it's not legal here in America. So the people will go like to the Dominican Republic or fly out to like Brazil or Colombia and have it done. But this is the thing that's crazy, is that you go out there and those doctors are literally making you sign a sheet of paper. Like, if something happens to you, you're on your own. They're essentially not responsible for the shit that they're doing to you.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, I'm like, yo, what? Like, what is the point? What are you doing? And some women, instead of working on your personality and your attitude and your character, you want the shortcut. You want to go take a BBL so men can tell you you're sexy or whatever. And it doesn't, a lot of times, 90% of the times, this thing does not make women attractive. It makes them look weird. You see women with an ass and hips that don't match the rest of their body, and it looks fucking weird. And they're paying all this money for it. And then a woman, like, I've seen, this is a thing that I've seen on social media. Women save up like upwards of like $12,000, $13,000, $15,000 to jump on a plane and fly out to another country to have this procedure done, to come back, and they don't even own their own home. They don't own a home. They don't own cars. They literally are going back.
But they own a butt lift, though.
Well, they own a butt lift. Like, coming back to a place you got to pay rent in like a hood somewhere.
That's because
you're catching a bus and you're
a lot of people, or in this case, most women, think sexy equals beautiful. No, sexy equals how you look physically. Beautiful equals how you are.
This is the weird thing about it that makes me, that trips me out, right? Most of the shit that women fucking obsess over, men don't give a fuck about. Like, I'm telling you right now, tell me who the ugliest girl, like, as a woman, think of the ugliest girl you've ever seen, the girl that you think is the most attractive on the planet. I promise you somebody's fucking her. I promise you somebody's going to get her pregnant. I promise you there's no such thing as a woman that can't get a man. Putting your life in danger to have men, just random men, think you're sexy is retarded.
Not just that, but because of the natural allure and beauty and sex appeal women possess, even chicks, like you said, that may be considered the most ugly, could walk out their house, walk the streets, and be like, you coming home with me right now, where we got to go through hoops to actually try to earn that attraction, whether it's going on a date, taking them out to eat, taking them to our house, taking them to the bed, whatever.
It's like 100%. The reason that men use the phrase "get lucky" is because we have to take a chance trying to get women.
Exactly.
When a woman wants sex, it happens. If a woman gets up right now and says, "I want to go have sex," it will happen. Yeah. She'd go out and pick any random dude, or if she's dating a guy or whatever is going on, anytime a woman wants sex, she can have it. Yeah. The issue that women have that they can't swallow is the fact of every single guy that they think they deserve to have, they can't bag. Like, just because you see a guy and you think, I want to be with him, you might not be on his level. He might be out of your league. But they feel like, if I can't beg every guy that I think I should be able to have, then something is wrong with me. And then all the guys that they feel like these guys are below me, like, those are the guys that are talking to them, and they don't like that. They hate the fact of, well, these guys that I don't want to date all want to date me, but these guys I want to date don't want to date me. So that's the shit that fucks with their insecurities. Like, they're like, what's wrong with me if this guy that makes $100,000 a year or fucking $10 million a year, or he lives in this upscale place, or he owns, why doesn't this high scale man want me? Like, maybe you're just not in his league. Maybe you're just a bum. Like,
no, it's right.
You're just an average girl that should be with an average guy.
Because in a sense that we'll see, that's the thing with social media now is a lot of these girls think that, like, you know, well, yeah, Kim Kardashian has like fucking 200 million Instagram followers, and they tend to forget that, you know, Kim Kardashian or anybody like her, that body type is appealing to a certain amount of people, but I've talked to plenty. I've talked to plenty of guys who don't find her attractive. You know,
listen, and Kim, like, this
I don't even find her attractive.
I mean, I'm not saying she's ugly.
Wild thing about
she's not ugly.
These women.
You said it right. She's not ugly, but I don't find her attractive. And I think that's where a lot. Go ahead, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off.
My bad. This is the wild thing about those women, right? It's like, even Kim Kardashian, like, on average, people will say when she was younger, before all the surgeries and all the shit she did to herself, she was a cute woman. She was like an attractive girl, right?
Yeah.
Back then, before she did all the shit to herself, she could have had any dude she wanted.
Yeah.
Because she was real, she was cute, whatever. Now, with all the fucking surgery that she's been under, she just looks like the type of girl. She's going to attract a certain type of guy. She's going to attract the kind of guy that's going to want to slide into your life because you're popular and you're obviously giving it up, and they're going to do what they want to do, and then they're going to, even if they're in a relationship with her, she's going to get cheated on because there's nothing substantial there. There's no connection. There's just, oh, you're who you are and you're sexy, and this is where I want to be for the moment. And that's the
like you said. There's no connection, but there's a lot of chemistry.
Yeah,
a lot of people get chemistry and connection confused to being the same thing.
It's kind of funny, Al, you mentioned that, because I've seen this in my personal life. Like, I'll just take Selena, for example. I'll say, hey, listen, honey, I think you look great the way you are. And she'll be like, well, I do look kind of okay, Chris, but, in all reality, like, look at these different Instagram girls and stuff. Wouldn't you prefer, like, or don't you think they're more good looking than me? And I'm like, okay, if you feel that way. What about someone like, say, like The Rock or something, like Chris Hemsworth or Captain America? Well, Chris, like, those guys have, like, the way they look is unattainable. I'm like, okay, but see, what you're looking is like, you think that I want a Kim Kardashian type, but then on the opposite spectrum, I think you want someone who looks like the fucking Rock. And she's like, well, no, I wouldn't want someone who's like, because that's unattainable. And I'm like, okay, then
it's attainable. It's just you got to work extra hard. No, you got to change your lifestyle, your mindset.
But the point is like, but someone like the Rock,
point
though,
he's making is that she's missing the entire point, because she's making a point but missing the point. If she's saying like, I want to be with you because I like you, I don't want to date The Rock because that's not realistic. But then when you tell her, well, you're pretty and I like you, she feels like she doesn't live up to the standard that she should. It's
because
weird.
She second guess her own greatness.
But the thing is a lot of women do that, and it's kind of weird, because it's like that women don't get that. If I'm chasing after you, if I'm pursuing you, it's because I like you and I'm physically attracted to you, and you will ignore those tricks. Like, you would ignore those events. Like me, the fact that I am actively trying to date you means that I'm attracted to you physically and mentally and whatever else is going on.
Who you are.
So exactly. So why would you still berate yourself on some, well, I don't look as good as this girl. Like, who the fuck cares about this girl? If I wanted to date that girl, I would have pursued that.
Most chicks don't. The reason why most chicks don't listen to a dude who's trying to show and prove they're genuinely into them, because they're not listening to their own voice. Well, they're always following the voice of someone else.
A lot of times it's the shit that they've experienced throughout their lives, and then on top of that, you have a lot of women that exist in our society live in a society where people are telling them you have to look this way, you have to act this way. But here's the thing that women don't acknowledge: they blame us for a lot of this shit. But it's really women. Like, women control the fashion industry. Women control all these shit that you see where they sell these makeups, these outfits, all this shit. Those are like women telling other women what you have to look like in order to bag a man. Like, you open up any fucking Cosmo magazine and it's like tips and tricks on how to please your man. Like, that's not no dude is telling you tips and tricks on how to please me. If you show up to my bedroom naked, you've done all you had to do. Like, that is it. Like, there's nothing else. But all this extra shit that they do is weird. Like, it's just a weird thing that women are going through.
Like this morning, for example, wake up and use the bathroom, brush my teeth, look over, and her fucking hair is a mess, and she's like, clothes all wrinkled. Chris, look like a fucking mess. I'm like, tell my dick you look like a mess, okay?
This is the weird shit, right? In the moments that you find a girl the most attractive are the moments that she hates herself the most. Like, it's been times where I got up in the morning and like, my girl is getting ready to like walk out. She's got on like sweatpants and a t-shirt, and I'm like, God damn, I really want to put it on you right now, right? And she's like, "But I'm a mess." I'm like, "What?" Like, obviously, do you think your butt shrank because you're wearing sweatpants? Like, are your titties no longer appealing because you got on a baggy t-shirt? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what is it that you're seeing that I'm not seeing?
That's where the whole logic and emotional thing is like, even though and I said this to someone that I know, because you may feel a certain way doesn't mean you are that certain way. Because you may feel you're not enough does not mean you are not enough. Like, you telling yourself that.
that what you just said, like when a woman feels they're not enough, like women carry a lot of baggage, and sometimes you have to be understanding, which I try to do. But this is the
so
thing.
do I.
This is it's the weird thing where they feel like I've literally had a girl tell me that she didn't think she deserved me, right? Like said that to me, and that tripped me up because I was like, I don't know what that means. Like, what would you have to do to deserve me? Like, I'm a regular guy. Like, there's nothing I'm doing.
It's funny as you said that. Hold on, let me get to something.
Well, it's like, Lou, what you're saying in the past real quick is like, the thing is, my point, and Al got this, was for any woman, like whether it's Selena or my sisters or Susan, for example, Chris, well, don't men want like the Kim Kardashian type? For most of us guys, the thing is, you can never be that type because you can't afford it. Now, look, I've been hitting the fucking gym. I know I can drop 25 pounds. I know I can put on a certain amount of muscle. The point I was fucking making is, like, to look like fucking Thor, that will never happen because to look like fucking Thor, The Rock costs a lot of fucking money. It's money that I don't have, you don't have, I don't have. Yeah. As much as I can hit the fucking gym for 4 hours a day, but The Rock has a shitload of money and supplements and food and personal trainers and nutrients, stuff that you, me, and Al will never have access to. So that's my point is, for me to look like fucking Chris Hemsworth for Thor 4, it's impossible for me to do. Just like a female to look like Kardashian, the amount of the $200,000 in plastic surgery that you need to look like her, that's not going to happen for the average girl.
The weird thing that bothers me the most about it is like the fact that girls think like Kim Kardashian is the standard bothers me.
Yes, right.
Because it's like on average, most guys, if I literally could find an average girl that works at like the local restaurant, that more men would try to date her than try to date Kim Kardashian.
Hold on, as you said that, this goes. You know how they say women seek validation. Mm-hmm. I believe a lot of women, whether it's our significant others, whatever, they confuse validation with reassurance. Reassurance is where you trying to mark the certainty where someone stands with you. Validation is where you setting it in stone. For example, you ever had a chick be like, Chris, do you love me? But you look at her, not in disrespect or anything like that. It's all positive and genuine. You like, what do you mean I love you? I show it all the time. I kiss you on your forehead. Yeah. I take you out to your favorite spots. I ain't got no side bitches on my phone. None of that. And I've came to this realization as my practice and studies. Like I said, I might get chased after this, but this is not to mental harm. But I wrote this down. Count the number of failed toxic relationships and heartbreak a woman has experienced and understand that's how many times you will need to win her over.
Interesting.
If you think about it, it's like, deep. Even though you know you showing you're not like most guys, she's, for some reason, even though she knows, but because most women go by how they feel, hey, I know that you're not like other guys, but I feel you a certain way because other guys let me down.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how you feel. And then also most gals were never taught feelings don't equal facts.
Yeah.
So they go off, okay, I feel this way and my feelings are real. So maybe what you may present to me, even though you showing me something good, despite, is real.
I want to say before we move on, and let's like this will be controversial, like to Al. I know said he'll always be a controversial fucking subject, but like years ago on Stern Show, and Howard would always say before he became president, Trump did say something to Howard that resonated with me to this day. That like Howard would list like A-list actresses, like say Angelina Jolie or Scarlett Johansson or so and so, and Trump would say like, all these chicks are Howard at 6 out of 10 or 7 out of 10. And Trump did say to Howard, like, he's like, Howard, I'm not even lying. Like, and I listened to him. He's like, the most beautiful women you find out there are the women that, like, if you go to a restaurant and a waitress, and would say
that is true.
The average
I
woman.
agree.
And not that I'm saying I'm listening to everything Trump would say, but he did make a point that, and we've all three of us seen this. How many times have I just went to fucking just the most Denny's, Red Lobster, anywhere, fuck Hooters, and you see some girls out there, you're like, how the fuck aren't you in fuck on a model runway or something? I've seen some just fantastic looking average women that like
outstanding,
would say like,
astonishing.
listen, I've seen sometimes in different news articles an Instagram influencer that's got like 200 fucking million viewers or something, or 600,000 downloads, and I'm like, I'm not being biased, but I'm like, I've seen just average girls that are
look like they were chiseled out of gems,
that are just
diamonds.
way
they
hotter
were,
than you.
Yeah.
So
where that comes in, bro, it reminds me of an old saying: "It's not what you know, but who you know." And what you said, there's where we may have came across some very beautiful, outstanding women, queens, and goddesses, where you like saying to yourself, why you not, on a cosmetology or composition magazine or things like that. And I noticed that a lot of society plays off who you know more than what you know. You can have the most knowledge, but they base it off who you connected to.
Yeah. Well, to end this article, it does say that both the Daily Mail and the Sun report that 41,000 injectable procedures were administered on patients under the age of 18 in the United Kingdom just the past year alone.
Mm-hmm.
In the past year, 41 fucking thousand. So,
yo, Al, can you pass me a Coke?
So, holding back.
Soda, I mean.
Holding back the years is fine once you hit a certain age.
Rush to the yayo.
One part.
Thanks, man.
In recent years, celebrities and social media influencers, keyword influencers, have come forward to share the adverse effects they've had with cosmetic injectables. Hey, look right here. Reality show star Khloe Kardashian admitted she had a negative reaction to a facial filler during a 2016 episode from her show Cocktails with Khloe. I don't know if it's Botox or filler. I did one of them. My whole face went numb and I could not make an expression. So it's saying across the pond, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration approves the use of basically Botox for patients who are at least 18 and facial fillers for patients who are at least 21. The global facial market was valued at $13.4 billion in 2020. So, wow.
All the things that sell the most and make the most money in America are things that are sold to women. If you want to make money in America, sell it to women. Market it to women, sell it to women.
Yeah, most of the marketing value in the customers, you said it right, bro, is mostly women.
So, what would you guys do if you went to a pool party, friend's pool party? You found out that Missouri man was busted for hiding a camera in the bathroom during his pool party.
The fuck?
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit.
Oh boy, you fucking creep.
It's like, yo, and you know what pisses me off about shit like that? It's like, there's so many weird, creepy men out there, right? And every time they do something stupid, women go, see, this is what all men do. Like, and it makes me, like, it fucking annoys the shit out of me. Because now every time I try to, like, go somewhere or do something, you have people looking at you like you're potentially a weirdo because all these fucking weirdos are running around doing weird shit. Like, it's the most irritating.
You got those who view things based on guilty before innocent, and then you got those who view things innocent till proven guilty.
I agree with you with that, but only to an extent, because when there's guys,
I'm just saying, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying I'm right.
Guys running around posting, putting
exactly,
cameras in the bathroom at a pool party. I was gonna say, like, come on, what are you doing?
The past two barbecues I've had, I'm on my third glass of Kraken, and I may have been watching Alan Lewis take a piss. It's like, go check my toilet now. I was like, is he fucking watching us? Like, that's it. Come on, dude. Like, what the fuck, man? Like,
I was about to take a bathroom break, and after you read that article,
now he's wondering.
I'm like, really, Chris? You got my mind fucked up right now. I don't know if this is the Kraken talking.
Losing Paul's dick out. Like, look around. Is he fucking really watching?
I get super just annoyed at the weird shit that dudes do. Like, why? As a man, like, it bothers me whenever I hear men say something like blatantly stupid. Yeah, it bothers me right away because I'm like, you're the guy that they talk about when they say men are stupid. You're the video they bring up. Like, whenever guys do shit like this and women go, yeah, men are creepy. This is the guy that they pull up and they go, yeah, men are creepy and here's evidence. Like that shit pisses me
I
off.
have a fucking pool party taping, and not mention, there wasn't fucking details with this. I pray that this pool party was adults only, dude. It's like, I mean, even that's not right by any fucking means, but like, it makes it worse if like I brought my kids over to your goddamn pool party and you had a camera. Oh fuck, let me move on.
Like if I ever went to somebody's party and I found out that they had videos in the bathroom, like cameras in the bathroom making videos of people using the bathroom, and there were kids present, you know what I would do, honestly? I would rally all the other parents at the party and be like, let's go kick the shit out of this guy and then call the cops and turn him in for what he did.
All three of us are men enough to know that, if the pool party happened and we had kids involved, you better pray the cops get you before I do.
Dude, I'm showing up at your house with a whole host of people to beat your ass, and then I'm calling the cops and turning you in. Like you're a fucking monster.
I guess this is an opinion piece, but you both can say this and how you feel on it. But it does say that okay, well, it's 2021. It's October now, obviously, but I'm catching up on older news articles. But September 11th just passed a couple weeks back, and it's been 20 years. And the article, and you guys can tell your feelings about this, but it does say that 2 decades after 9/11, that Muslims in America are still fighting a lot of prejudice. And you guys, what's your take on that?
Listen, this is America, man. This is the land of the prejudice. Fucking 400 and change years after slavery, fucking black people are still discriminated against. Like it's
not wrong.
It's a thing. Like it's a thing that happens in this country. You come to America, expect there is going to be some level of racial bias and prejudice against you if you're not white. Like you're just that's just coming your way.
Yeah, right? Unfortunately.
They're just like, it's a very big news article, but that's the gist of it. Just like different Muslim Americans just talking about, the way they still get treated, especially on the anniversary of 9/11. You can imagine anybody who's of Muslim descent is being treated right now in America and their kids. And the thing that sucks.
The thing that bothers me the most is that there are people that go out and want to target Muslims. And it's like, you can't stress the fact that why, like when I ask people, and this is like conversations I've literally had before where I'm like, well, why are you targeting Muslims for the shit that a bunch of terrorists did?
Yeah.
Well, those terrorists were Muslims. So what? Yeah. Because if I was to follow your logic,
oh boy,
I could easily say I would never trust a white person in America because everybody that owned a slave in this country, 99.9% of them white.
Yeah, because especially this happened when this was 20 years ago when 9/11 first happened, and this was before social media is what it is today. But I was reading articles even back then. I was 19 years old when 9/11 happened, and I was reading articles where how America is what it is. People started fucking throwing bricks and firebombs and Molotov cocktails, etc., into like Muslim Americans' homes and shit. You tend to forget that you fuckers. A lot of kids got injured. And especially right now, it's been 20 years. What if your kid right now is 10, 15 years old? When September 11th happened, they weren't even fucking born yet. So if you start fucking targeting or throwing bricks at kids, these kids weren't even fucking alive when it happened.
They weren't alive.
For fuck's sakes, dude.
And this is the shitty thing about it is that understand that the terrorists that attacked America that year, these guys were a specific group of people. You are literally now saying that every Muslim from all parts of the world, as long as they are in this religion, they're a threat against you. Like, what's the basis?
Yeah.
Like, some people are just crazy, and they will legitimately try to make an argument about it. Like, I've had people legitimately try to make a stance on it. Like, and I'm like, bro, there's nothing you're going to tell me. I'm not going to say, I'm not here to defend any religion that's practiced in this country, because I, for one, am not a big religious believer.
Yeah.
But I will not support anybody that's saying, oh, well, everybody that's a part of this particular religion, I'm against. Because that is the complete opposite of what America was founded on. It was founded on freedom of religious persecution.
Yeah.
So for this shit to be happening now in this country is fucking ridiculous. And there's like people that try to make this argument like there's nothing you're going to tell me. Our Constitution clearly states that people are free to practice whatever fucking religion they want. Exactly. So it's like if you tell me man, fuck those terrorists. I hate those terrorists for what they did on 9/11. I'm with you 100%. Fuck those terrorists. I'm fucking glad Osama bin Laden is fucking dead and buried at the bottom of the fucking ocean somewhere. Fuck that son of a bitch. Fuck him and fuck everybody else that try to crash a plane. But that's where me and you separate, because you're like, a lot of other people are on this path where they want to be against Islam. We're not fighting any wars against Islam. We're fighting wars against these terrorist motherfuckers that are trying to destroy our way of life. Like, you can't be mad at there are Muslims that leave parts of the world to come to America for a better life, because America promises a better life. And then they get here and they get persecuted because they're Muslims. They get told, go to America, you're free to practice any religion. Then they come here and they realize it's a lie, because if you practice a religion that certain people don't like, you're not a target. You're not discriminated against. It's crazy.
I mean, I do feel actually obligated to talk about this part, because like this says New York. A car passed, the driver's window rolled down, and the cab driver, which I'd report this motherfucker, he spit at two little girls wearing their hijabs. Terrorist. It was 2001. These girls were 10 years old. So that's the fucking problem. You spit
and that becomes a problem. Like, I remember there's a few years ago, there's this guy on a train that was screaming at these two girls wearing hijabs, like screaming at them, because he was considered himself a conservative warrior, is what he was saying. The bullshit he was yelling out of his mouth. Like, and I reject the fact that he's conservative, because you can't just claim conservatism because you're crazy as fuck and you want to do crazy shit. And he was on the train and he was screaming this shit. And other men stood up to kind of like confront him to protect the girls. This fucker pulled out a knife and stabbed a couple of guys. Like, he killed one of them and severely injured the other one. And people was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And the crazy beliefs that he held in his head, like, even when he went to court for his trial date, he's still saying crazy shit, like he was like thinking he was right. And I'm like, that's the crazy shit that listening to wild misinformation lands you in a place where you think you're justified in attacking innocent people that have nothing to do with your life or your existence, because somebody told you that their religion is different from yours, so they're wrong and you're right. Like, it's crazy. It's the most insane shit. And it's like we're right now stuck in that weird place where there are a lot of people doing that. Like, there's a lot of people spreading misinformation and pushing the narrative as if it's real and influencing a bunch of people to run out and do stupid shit.
I know. That's what we're saying, Al. It's just like, then all three of us, especially, we have fucking soft spots. I always do, in terms of harming children. Now, for argument's sake, I don't have one, but like, what if myself, Lewis, or fucking Al, what if like 5-6 years ago you had a girlfriend, now wife, and you married a Muslim woman? I'm 100% for that and shit. What if what if you have a fucking 5-year-old daughter who's, like, say in Al's case, half black, half Muslim, and some fucking asshole fucking spits or throws a brick at your fucking kid? What happens now?
Well, your kid can't be. Well, I'm not. That's a whole different conversation. But I'm saying this is my thing. If I married a woman, right, from a Middle Eastern part of the world, or that part of the world where they practice the Islamic faith, and she continues to practice, it's unlikely that a Muslim would marry me, because I don't practice any religion. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that she decided to marry me and she continues practicing, right? So now we've got kids, and they're also being raised to be Muslim or whatever. I could tell you this, Chris, from the bottom of my heart. I promise you, this is 1,000% a fact. If my woman ever walked in the house and told me that somebody spit on her or yelled at her because she's wearing a hijab, I immediately have a problem where I know the end result of that problem is me in jail or me dead. Like, I know that. My daughter come in the house and say that shit, for sure I'm doing something crazy today. Like,
call me, because I'll be there with you.
I'm telling you, it's one of them things where you just know that you could be as ignorant as you want. I live in a country where I know you do this to my daughter, and I can't even call the police to come here and back me up, because they're, depending on what race that other person is, the police will most likely show up and side with them.
It's
right?
True, though.
Like, the cops will show up and be like, "Oh, this guy's white and you're black and Muslim? Nah, you're wrong, period." Like, so it's like, I'm calling the cops after I murder you. Like, after I put a bullet through your skull and go into your house and kill your entire family, then I'm going to call the cops and lay on the floor, put my hands up and say, "Come get me."
If anything, too, they'll probably fucking say, "Why are you a black man dating a Muslim for, or marrying a Muslim? You traitorous piece of shit." Like,
the thing is,
fucking
here's the thing, like, in Africa, a lot of parts of Africa are Muslim, and believe it or not, there are parts of Europe that was Muslim for hundreds of years. Yeah, like Muslim is like the biggest religion on the planet. Like there's more Muslims than they are, and like the number of people in the Christian faith.
Like in my lifetime, based on experiences, yes, you're always led to believe that Muslim was considered Middle Eastern. I never noticed that.
Well, it is Middle Eastern. That's where it originated, but it spread across the world. Like it literally. Understand that there are parts of Europe that were Muslim for years before it was pressed back by Christian. Like Spain. Like look up the history of Spain. For fucking hundreds of years, Spain was a Muslim country.
Really?
Until Christianity pushed them back. Sure. Like there's still people there that practice the faith.
God didn't create religion, man did.
Like, listen, I'll take it a step further. I'll say this, and this is something that is controversial and most people don't like to hear it. Whenever I say it, I get massive pushback. But there is no such thing as God. God is a concept created by men, right? And it's a concept created by men to explain shit that we never understood. Like, if we didn't understand it, we needed to say, well, if we don't know it, this being must have done it. The reason I say that is because if there is one all-powerful deity, why is it that on this planet of all these different races of people, all these different nationalities and creeds, we don't all recognize the singular God? Everybody everywhere has got a different God. All throughout history, people worship the sun, they worship cats, they worship animals, they worship cows, they worship the magic genie in the sky.
As you said that, I've always believed that God was like the captain, the capo, like a mob boss. There's Buddha, there's this, entity over here, and he's like the Godfather. Like, that's just an opinion.
Here's the thing, and it's an opinion
because it said the King of Kings, and it makes you wonder.
Here's the problem with that, right?
Right,
the God of the Christian faith, right? The God that is based on Christian reality. Mm-hmm. The concept of God, Yahweh, is his whole existence is based on a Canaanite mythology. Like everything that they worshipped like hundreds of years before our current
Old Testaments and parables?
Before that. Because in our Bible, all the like angels are named something that ends in L, right? Like Uriel, Michael, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Like those are the names of gods from the
archangels,
from the Canaanite mythology.
Right.
The God that we worship, Yahweh, is a God that is a lesser God from the God above him in their mythology. All the stories, a lot of the stories that we have in our Bible, like the Great Flood, where God told them to put 2 of each animal, that comes from a different mythology. Like a lot of the things that we have in our Bible, even in our Bible, they pay homage to gods of the Greek mythology. In Revelation, they say stuff like, "Oh well, the dead and Hades will hell and Hades will give up their dead." Yeah. Right? Hades is a mythological place from Greek mythology.
Yeah,
that's
Hades is supposed to be Lucifer. Hades in Greek mythology is supposed to be Lucifer in
He's not even Lucifer.
Quote unquote. If you think of
because Lucifer and here's another thing. The name Lucifer, I don't even know that you could find that name in our Bible, right? Like, I don't even know, like, the Lucifer might be in the Bible somewhere, but I remember specifically looking for the name and not being able to find it, right? And I was like, it's like weird, like, a lot of the stories they tell, like, and, like, if you can, the reason that I have a problem believing in anything that is Christian is because nothing Christian is original. It's all taken from another mythology, another religion. And it always... It always goes against itself. It always says, it'll say something like that, like in the commandment, thou shalt not kill. But the God of the Old Testaments spent all of the Old Testaments murdering people.
Like, oh, if you don't do this, I kill. If you don't do that, I kill.
He sent armies to destroy cities. He destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah because people were like, he's like literally 2 angels went to Sodom and Gomorrah, and there's a couple of guys that were trying to have sex with the angels. Like the angels were in somebody's house and these guys were demanding the angels come out. So because of that incident, God decided, I'm going to kill every man, woman, child, baby, animal in these 2 cities because this handful of men tried to have sex with these 2 angels. It's the wildest stories. Like they tell. Yeah. And the stories aren't even original to the Christian like mythos. It's stolen from other fucking mythologies. So it's like, how do I, if I could literally chart in history where your religion started, you can't expect me to believe your religion is something special.
Oh yeah,
I could look at history and see where Christianity started and where it took over other parts of the world.
Yeah, I've said that for years. That's been my problem with religion and being skeptical, is that every religion says they're right. You know, it's just like that thing. It's like it's my God is better than your God.
Exactly. This is the whole argument that I always tell people. Like, if you want me to fear a God, which God? Because if I literally get on a plane and go to a different part of the world, the God that you worship is now a mythological figure. Like, if I'm here in America and these guys are all Christians and they believe that Jesus is the Messiah, quote unquote, and Yahweh is the Father on high over all other gods, but then I go to another part of the world and it's like, nah, them guys are talking crazy. This God is the real God. And then I go to another part of the world and it's like, oh, both them guys are crazy. This God. So what God do I fear?
Well, it's always funny how, like, if you look in mythology, it's like you figure, like, you know, characters like, say, Odin. Odin is like, he's one god, but he's like the leader of the gods. But then Zeus, he's one god, but the leader. But
understand that even if you look at somebody like Odin, who is the High Father, he's like over all other gods. Odin himself, at one point in time, was just a regular god that was the son of another god.
That's true.
Like, and he took over the mantle from his father, just like Thor took over the mantle from him. It's the same thing in Greek mythology. It's fucking Zeus, the High Father on Olympus.
Came from the Titans.
He came from Kronos is his father. So it's like, you look at these guys like, who's the top dog? Like, and we look at our God, who has no explanation of where he came from, other than the fact that they stole pieces of their story from another mythology, right? Like, you look at, like, in parts of the book of Genesis, where essentially God was saying, if Adam and Eve eats the apple, they will become like us, and they will understand the difference between good and evil. Who do you think the us is he was referring to? Like, in the state, without understanding that they stole, if you never know that they stole that entire concept of creation from another mythology, if you don't know that, you begin to think to yourself, well, this is a very confusing story. But it's not a confusing story. The story is, it's not original.
And not afraid to question things. Yeah, they're going to be like,
I'm telling you, I promise you, I spent a lot of time looking into that shit. Like, I spent a lot of time, and I've like finding out that there is an entire mythos that exists that Christianity is based on. The average Christian doesn't know that. They don't know that because they blindly worship what they're told to worship. They don't, like, this is a thing that I found out recently. Most of the people that practice Christianity don't read the Bible. They have never read the Bible in its entirety, and they will never read the Bible in its entirety. There's been times where I literally quoted things verbatim out of the Bible, and I've had people say to me, well, that's not in the Bible. I'm looking at them like, are you fucking out of your mind? You're a Christian. You're a Christian. This is your book that you're supposed to, and you're telling me it's not? I promise you it's in there. I could prove it to you. Like, it's wild, dude. It's just crazy.
Well, you mentioned him. I actually did Google stuff, like, actually the term Lucifer, or the word, sorry, the name. The name, actually, Lucifer is from Latin. It's from Old Latin, and it does mean morning star. Like, the funny part is the show, as much as I do like the show, when his character is called Lucifer Morningstar, Lucifer actually does mean morning star.
And my thing is, I don't know, like, is it, like, I gotta Google it right now, because I don't know. I remember looking in the Bible, trying to find the name.
Well, I'm just saying, like, well, that's, of course, this is like...
I know what the name means. I know what the story behind the name means, but I don't know that because there's a lot of things in the Bible, there's a lot of things that we talk about in religion that people assume is in the Bible, and it's not. Like, I found out that purgatory is not a thing that exists in the Bible anywhere.
Really?
Purgatory is a thing we created as a species. Wow. Like, you know what purgatory was used for? This is my loose understanding of purgatory, because I don't want to pretend that I have a complete grasp on it. This is my loose understanding of purgatory. The concept of purgatory was created so that the Roman Catholic Church could charge people money so that if you've lived a life of debauchery and sin and you're about to die, you could pay a certain amount of money and your preacher would read you your rights and say that you will exist in purgatory until such time that you can either ascend to heaven or be judged or whatever. Yeah. So people that were afraid to die and go to hell could buy themselves into purgatory, essentially, right? And I'm like, if that isn't the fucking flyest way to make money I ever, like... And you hear people talk about purgatory and you think it's a thing, but it's not a thing. It's a thing that was created by after the fact of the Bible being written. Even the concept of the 7 deadly sins. You will never see those words in the Bible anywhere. 7 deadly sins listed out like they are. Like that's another thing we came up with on our own based on other stuff.
Yeah, like I'm googling like purgatory right now. It says purgatory wasn't the purgatory of Catholic doctrine at the Second Council. It was created in 1274, and that's way, after
the Bible.
Yeah, AD, definitely AD.
Yeah, because as the Catholic Church defined for the first time its teaching on purgatory in 2 points: some souls are purified after death, some souls benefit from the prayers and pious duties that the living do for them. But yeah, you're right,
dude. When I found that shit out, it threw me for a loop because I was like, holy like it's just, there's just so much, just the fact of a lot of the parables in the Bible being taken from other mythologies. Like the people legitimately believe like Christianity is like the one true way, and it's not. Christianity didn't exist. Thousands of other religions existed for thousands of years before Christianity ever came into the picture. Like even our main steeples, like shit that don't exist in the Bible that Christians believe in like wholeheartedly, like Christmas. Christmas is based on some pagan god that the Romans worshipped. Yeah. And they didn't want to give up that pagan celebration at that time of the year. So they wrapped it into the worship of Jesus. They tied it into Christianity by saying it's the time Jesus was born. So they didn't have to give that up. Like they didn't have to give up this thing that they did at this time of the year, right? It's like they look past the fact of, if you consider Jesus a real person, which some people do and some people don't, right? But if you consider him a real person and he really existed, the place that he lived in and the time of year that he would have been born would not have lined up with the time that we celebrate his birth, right? According to people that have done the research and all this other stuff. And it's like, when you understand that there are other gods that were worshipped, like the Roman gods, the Celtic gods, the Norse gods, the Greek gods, all the different
Africans,
the Africans, and I found this out recently too. You know the depiction of the devil that they use, where they show like the guy with the goat head and the ram horns and the goat feet or whatever, and you know that guy is based on an African god, that they use that depiction to tell a lot of the Africans that if you still worship this guy, you're worshiping the devil and you're committing heresy and you should be dead, you should be killed. Like a lot of the shit that was done that was in the name of Christianity, of this religion that people hold so sacred and think it's this great thing. It's really a made up thing that they used to control the masses. And,
population control.
And they spread Christianity at the tip of a sword. Like they literally went, every time they conquered someplace, they turned the local people from whatever religion they practiced to Christianity. Your choice was accept Christianity or be murdered. Like this is how they spread Christianity across the world. Like it's, nobody can tell me the great benefits of being a Christian or being like any of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much I can't Google right now, Albert. I wouldn't believe that you're not wrong. I mean, well, that's why I like the show.
Same here.
I like the show. It's like, I'm not sure if you ever got into it, but the show American Gods and Stars.
I keep hearing about it, and I went online. There's a lot of good reviews about it, and I just haven't watched it yet.
I watched the first 2 seasons. It's fucking fantastic because the thing is, like, because American Gods, what I liked about that is, real quick, the premise is that gods don't exist. Gods were based on, we created them. So like the concept of Odin, the concept of like Jesus Christ, the concept of like, and they have different gods from Africa, from even like Thor, all these characters. It's like gods, as time is fucking passing and people are kind of relying on more technology, the gods are losing their powers and sense and their influence because they're only fueled by our beliefs in them. Yeah. So like Odin is talking about, Odin, Thor, and all kind. And the cool part is they start fucking showing a lot of gods, and I just start Googling stuff. Every god in this show is based on real life beliefs. So it's that they have African gods, Celtic gods, but the premise is that, like, they can't hurt us and stuff. They can't have influence over us, and they're losing their fucking power because in all reality, like, it's 2020. How many fucking people really believe in like Thor and Zeus and stuff and Odin and shit? And that's the premise is like there's kind of a god war, and they're creating actually new gods. Like the one god is the god of technology, because now we're so busy into TikTok and phones and stuff. The god of money, which makes sense because right now we worship money as being a fuck almost deity. And it's a fascinating fucking show because I like that. And I like the fact that It's called American Gods, but they actually have all different types of fucking gods from different parts of the fucking world and show them what they go through. And I'm like, this show is fascinating. And I read the fucking book in jail, and so I watched the first two seasons. Season 3 just came out on Stars, and it's a really good show because you start realizing like, wow, these gods come from all various types of the world, and during different times. Like one god, like they would show how Africans would come over on the fucking boats. They had nothing to believe in. They started worshiping something to believe in. They on their fucking, as they're coming over here and being whipped and shit, and like you're like, wow, it's like certain gods become out of necessity. So it's a really good fucking show. So
it's funny as you said that some know this, some don't. Spider-Man, that actually wasn't conjured up. Yeah, Anansi. Yeah, thank you. The superhero Spider-Man, the creativity behind his powers, what he represents, that was actually derived from an African spider guy known as Anansi.
Yeah. Oh. It's funny. I'll say this, right? When I was a young kid, when I was really young, I mean, like I was like around the age of right before I started kindergarten. And my mother used to sit us down at night and she would tell us all these like old stories from like when she was a kid and stuff. And she told us all these stories about Anansi the Spider-Man. And he was sort of like a trickster god where he would trick people into doing stuff so he could get his way. And back then it was just to me like fascinating little stories my mother would tell. And I used to love the stories. And then as I got older, I was like in my early 20s when I found out that was based on the real story. Like Anansi, the spider, is a real African folklore. Like it's a real thing. Like, wow. And I didn't know that. It was so weird to me. And my mother told me that the stories that she had heard, and she got from her mother, who got from her mother, who like that story traveled down the line that was just being told. And I was like, I didn't know that it was based on actual African fucking stories that exist, like mythologies that exist. And I was like, Anansi the Spider-Man. It was like, there was so much weird stories she would tell us. It was just great.
Yeah, mythology it's definitely fucking crazy, Alan. But like we were saying, just going back to the whole root of the situation is like, hey, no matter what religion you believe in, it's just the fact that hurting children, it's just, I'm never going to fucking support that. And the fact that like, it's 2021 and like, if you go out of your way to walk up and you spit or whatever, yell at a fucking 10-year-old for something that happened 20 years ago, like, come on, dude. It's like you're a fucking scumbag. Like, I'm sorry. And I'm already looking to the comments section. I'm not gonna waste my fucking time with some of the comments because the fact some people say, oh, it's whatever.
The thing that bothers me is that there are people who would try to justify doing the wrong shit. Yeah. Like,
it's like what did these kids have anything to do with what happened back in 9/11?
Like, yeah, if you see a grown man walk up to a kid and spit in their face, and you could say to yourself, them kids deserved it because 20 years ago some terrorists bombed the building. Yeah. If that's your rationale, and you and I, we're just not the same. Yeah, like I don't even want to exist in your space.
So I'm sure we're going to keep hearing more and more things now that like, America has pulled out of Afghanistan, and just small things will pop up. I don't want to delve on it too much because I do like seeing how these things are weird. But like, this says right here, this article right now, they're taking male and female university students. They're actually dividing them by curtains. Afghanistan. They're showing different schools and stuff. They're having the males sit on the right side of the classroom. The females sit on the left side of the classroom. They're putting big curtains where they cannot interact or look at each other at all. After now the Taliban's taking back over and shit, and just like, god damn, imagine going to fucking school and stuff and you look over and you can't look at the girls in the room.
The crazy thing is like the Taliban has always been an oppressive force in the Middle East. From the time they were created until all throughout their existence, people know like if the Taliban is in charge, this is your existence. Your existence is extreme religious rule, right? And whoever pretends they don't understand that is wild. Like, a lot of these people are saying, oh, Joe Biden shouldn't have pulled out or whatever the case is. But here's the reality of this situation, right? Even if Joe Biden didn't do it, no matter what anybody has to say, at some point, that shit was going to end. Like, it wasn't going to last forever. Yeah. We've been there 20 years.
Funny mention.
Yes, at some point, it was going to be over.
I was at the gym yesterday, and Joe Rogan had this guy on. He's an ex-CIA informant and stuff, and one of the sergeants, and it's a 10-minute clip, but he did break down to Joe, just like, he didn't necessarily agree with the way Biden did it, but he said to Joe, is like, no, it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when, because like Allison, this is
a fact.
I'll send you the fucking clip later. Like, he was even telling Joe, he's just like, hey, we've been here 20 fucking years, and he goes, it was going to happen eventually.
It was going to happen.
He didn't agree with the whole way they did it, but it's like everybody who was over there knew it was going to happen someday. So I knew this would happen, and I'm glad the news article popped up. But okay, so to Lou and Al, if you're Jeff Bezos, for example, and you're the richest man on the fucking planet, worth $200 billion, what's the one thing you do with your money?
That's not a fair question to ask me.
I mean, okay, because it's like, all right, well, it's a question, but
I'm too petty for you to ask me that.
I would say I'd probably be at a standstill, but not for long.
All right, well,
I would definitely invest and reimburse so I could be able to give back to my loved ones.
Because this doesn't surprise me by any means. But what do you think a man that's the richest man on the fucking planet? What's the one thing you think he'd be investing or trying to do?
Well, I know Bezos is concerned about outer space right now, so he's probably trying to deliver. He's trying to build some kind of outer space delivery service.
Yeah, he's doing that. So I'll just break it down. Spoiler: it doesn't shock me at all.
Elon Musk. That's what you're talking about.
Well, no, Jeff Bezos.
Gotcha.
Jeff Bezos has invested in anti-aging groups. I mean, again, if you're worth $200 billion, are you shocked that the richest man on the planet is trying to like live longer?
You know what's funny?
No,
I mean,
I'm not surprised at all.
This isn't even the first time something like this has happened. This has happened throughout history several times. As soon as somebody reaches like the pinnacle of power, it's like the fucking what. There was a great emperor in China that I think it was the guy that unified all of China. I think he worked for years. He had his people working for years on how to find some kind of formula for him to live forever. I might be wrong because I know it was one of the Chinese emperors. I don't remember which one. I think it's the one who unified China, but I might be wrong. But I know one of them guys was for years looking for a way to be immortal. And it's not unique. It's like in human history, different parts of the world, different histories of nations, whenever certain guys reach the pinnacle of power, they feel like, is there a way I don't have to die so I could do this, what I'm doing right now for all eternity?
Yeah.
The reality of it is, no.
Yeah.
Your time is limited. All our times are limited.
Yeah. Well, what's scary now, though, with modern technology is, I mean, who knows? Because right now, Bezos is 57. With the way things are going in the next 10, 15, 20 fucking years, I'm not saying he's going to achieve immortality, but with the funds he has available to him, who knows? The guy could fucking live to be 200 for all we know. We're not sure. Like,
I'll tell you what. As a species, I'm not, like, I really don't know this, so I can't speak on whether or not we can achieve immortality. But if there is a science that allows us to fucking trick our cells into stop aging, I promise you, we are nowhere close to that technology. Like, we're not. We're
light
not.
Years. Light years behind.
I mean,
we might be able to do it, but I'm telling you, we will be dead, rotten, turned into dirt, fucking absorbed and redistributed as nutrients before we ever, like, your great grandkid might see the beginning of the research.
Yeah.
And then that research is going to take another fucking 10,000 years before it's perfected.
Yeah.
Like, we are not there yet.
I mean, so far, from what I gathered, just based on, like, reading science stuff going on, is, like, essentially fucking humans are just like a car, in the sense that, like, parts break fucking down. Now, if you, me, or fucking Lou have a heart problem, most likely we're fucked. Simple as that. Jeff Bezos can afford, if his heart breaks down, he can afford a new $200 million bionic heart that'll last that'll last 200 fucking years. Now, eventually, whatever cells fucking break down is one thing, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of longevity, he would still have access to, like, whether it's stem cell research or fucking different massages, different fucking. Obviously, the biggest thing I gather is food. It's
the issue that he's going to have is
the
issue that he's going to have is not that he can't afford it, is that what he wants is unavailable. Like, he'll be able to afford all the best we have to offer.
Yeah.
He'll be able to afford the best foods, whatever research is available, but the science to do it just doesn't exist yet. So no matter how much money he throws at it, the best he could hope for is to become so healthy he extends his life past the instead of being like 100 years old, he might live to like 120. He might be the oldest man alive or whatever.
Yeah.
There's a couple dudes that's already there, but they don't have the money, but they are in existence.
Exactly. So
mostly like in India, Asia.
That's the best he could hope for. He could. He's got the money where he definitely could live the best life a human being could live. But in terms of the technology to actually get us to a place of immortality.
Based on what I'm looking at, like this is sci-fi in real life, the closest you're going to receive to immortality is by downloading your brain pattern to a fucking robot. Because like the human body eventually, no matter how many times you may change your liver, your kidneys, your hearts, and whatever you change, eventually your entire body structure will just break down. That's how it is.
This is the crucial thing about the human body is like you could change your heart out if it goes bad. You could change your liver out. You might even be able to take out your stomach and replace it. But here's the problem that we have. We cannot remove and replace our nervous systems or our brains, right? And at some point, you live long enough and your brains and nervous system will deteriorate to the point where you're useless. So until they find a way to like make it so your cells stop aging, stop degenerating to the point of not being able to sustain themselves, they have to do that first. Yeah. Like the other day, believe it or not, I saw this thing where this guy was, I think he was Russian, but I might be wrong. I can't remember exactly. But he's handicapped. He's like, his arms and legs don't really work. He's got his head work. His mind is there, but his body is deformed and he can't.
Is he in a
He's in a wheelchair.
Are you talking about Steve Hawkins?
Not Steve Hawkins. I know who Steve Hawkins is. What I'm saying is the guy this guy was doing this and he was supposed to be the guy that does the first human head transplant.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, wow.
And the doctors, like a lot of the doctors that he spoke to initially told him, there is no way to do this. If you sever your head, you'll die.
Yeah.
Like there's no way. But then he met these other doctors that were trying to talk him into it. Because the guy has money, so they're like, basically, if you give us this money or whatever, we'll do this procedure. And they've convinced, at the time, I don't know, it's been a long time since I looked at anything related to it. But at the time, they had convinced him that the procedure was real, like it was doable. Despite the fact of everybody, like 99.9% of the medical industry saying, this can't be done.
Yeah. If
you sever your head, you'll die. And you cannot do a head transplant. He found the guys that were like, yo, we could do it. We're willing to try. And it was one of them weird things that you read about and you thought it's the most insane shit you ever heard, but it was a thing that happened. And at some point he backed out of it because he started to realize like, all the evidence they presented to him, like, look, guy, severed head, dead. Guy, severed head, dead. Guy, severed head, dead. Yeah. It's like you can't separate a human head from the body and it lives. You just can't. But that guy, he believed in, because I guess because of how he was, he wanted to believe that it could be done.
Yeah.
Because you look at him, he's deformed so he can't use his arms and legs properly or whatever.
Yeah.
And his mind is there, but he can't live that normal life that he wants to live. And the hope that you could do a body transplant was something that was super appealing to him, I guess. But the thing that they all the shit that they talked about, like there's like, even if we could remove your brain and your entire spinal cord and incorporate it into another body, we would then have to align your nerves to basically make that body function, which is one of them things that when you get nerve damage or when you sever a nerve, that damage is done. Yeah. It's like if you snap your spinal cord, that damage is done. There's no healing that. Like so it's like they're telling them like, this thing that you're trying to get into, it's out there, dude. It's outlandish. We don't have the technology. And it's not to say that we'll never get there or we'll never be able to. Right now, we can't.
That's what it doesn't exist. You're watching too many fucking sci-fi movies.
And it's just, I believe it's just the fact of him desperately wanting to be able to live a normal life. Yeah. Like, I feel like that's where he was. I feel like he was sick and tired of the way he was living.
I mean, whether it's technology itself or just whether it's, medical technology, I do believe that things will get there one day, but
but not in our life.
It's like movies. It's like fuck a smartphone. It's like if you look by by movies and shit, we should have had fucking smartphones back in the 90s. You know, it's like, but then of course we get it fucking 30 years later. So yeah, it's like even like flying cars. Like, it's funny how many movies you'll see from the 80s and 90s. They'll predict like, you know, oh, what's 2010 going to be like, a 2021? You're like, yeah, everyone's got a fucking flying car. They're the Jetsons and stuff. They got robotic dogs, this and that. Like, no, it doesn't work like that.
Nah, a lot of the stuff that we are coming into as an evolutionary advancement, it's been said and proven that when it comes to what's on the periodic table, new and old, we're many years behind.
Oh God, yeah.
That's a fact.
That's a problem. People take evolution. It takes tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years for our, like, you know, for whatever, the most minuscule thing to take place.
You know, you say that. I had this conversation the other day with somebody at work, right? Mm-hmm. And I said, you know, like how now there's like everybody's saying that we have this epidemic of kids with I hate when I have something on the tip of my tongue and then I forget the
It'll
fucking
come
word.
out, bro. It'll come out.
But what the fuck is the thing that they say that vaccines cause? What's that? Autism. Autism. Right on the tip of my tongue, and I forgot the fucking word. But yeah, like all these kids being born with autism, right? And everybody is saying like autism is a defect, right? But then there's one guy on the internet somewhere screaming that what if autism isn't a defect? What if autism is the next step in our evolutionary phase, right? And here's like the reason that we look at it as a defect is because they're not functioning the way we do. It's like if you see something that's not the way that you think it's supposed to be, you think something's wrong with it.
Yeah.
It's like, but the sheer number of people being born with autism right now is like, what if we're phasing out the shit that we normally, what if we're at a point where we're phasing out the ability to speak? Like we don't need it as much as we think we do in order to communicate.
Yeah.
What if we're at the point where we're starting to realize that we could start literally unlocking the ability to communicate telepathically?
Yeah.
Because the other day, this was a while back, this guy had did this whole thing where he was like, the ability of the human being, the human brain to connect to each other, right? He was like, it's a thing that's happening. Most people don't understand it. Like, they laughed him out of a lot of science conversations because they're saying, until you could prove it, we're not interested.
Yeah.
But he was like, consider the fact of how many times somebody sat down somewhere and you might have just thought of the person. You might have just said, I wonder what Al's doing. And then your phone ring and it's Al. You know? And it's like, how many times does that happen? How many times have you been somewhere and a person just pops into your mind and then all of a sudden you turn around and there they are, right? It's like it happens so often that it lets you believe that maybe our brain has an ability to connect to people that we know personally.
Yeah.
Like if I know this person, like it's a thing that happens between mothers and kids that it's so natural that they think is just a side effect of becoming a mother. Right? It's like sometimes a mother will know like, oh my God, something's wrong with my baby. She'll go into the room and the baby's like choking and she'll save him, whatever. It's like, it's a lot of weird things like that happen that lets people believe like there is a connection that the human brain has the ability to link to other brains and like communicate with other people on a very subconscious level. It's a level that we're not yet aware of. Yeah. But it's like, what if right now we're in the process of evolving so that ability is going to become better?
You know what you're talking about, Al? Mm-hmm. Based on universal studies, they call that the cerebral cortex theory, where the average person supposedly uses 10% of their brain. And what you're mentioning, what if we're evolving past that 10%?
Well, I had that's another thing that I had conversations about. There was a guy that made me look stupid online a few years ago because I said that, because I had heard that same thing about humans using 10% of their brain. Yeah. There's a guy on a forum, I can't remember what it was I was on, but that guy made me look stupid because he had tons of links. And he was like, the concept of humans using 10% of their brains, he was like, that's a myth. That's something that somebody created somewhere and it took up steam. He was like, it doesn't exist in the medical field. Like he said, the way the human brain, he's like, the first thing that people need to understand is right now, most doctors that deal in the study of the brain, they literally have almost no understanding of how the brain works. Like they understand that your brain has neurons in it that fires and connects, and there's electrical impulses that causes your body to react in certain ways. They understand that parts of your brain triggered certain things, like your ability, your motor control with your hands, your ability to move your limbs, the way you see, you know, how your brain interacts with your, like they understand something to it, but it's very minuscule. Like they don't know why humans develop a human mind.
Yeah.
Like they don't understand how to map the mind, how to download it into something else. Like they don't know why our brain creates a mind the way it does, right? And it's like if we get to a place where we could understand how to create a mind, the things that we'll be able to do. Imagine being able to like create a machine with the knowledge of how to make a mind. You would stop having to put humans in dangerous situations.
Yeah.
At the same time, you run the risk of creating something that is more powerful than you are. Like if you like are able to create a mind, the way a mind works and thinks, like, and then you put it in a machine that's absent of all the things that gives us weaknesses, right? Like we need to eat, we need to drink. We can't do certain things because it's dangerous for our body.
Yeah.
Certain things limit us. But if you create something that doesn't have those limiters and you put a mind in it, you're kind of creating a threat for yourself. But I digress. I'm slipping away from the conversation. The human mind, the 10% thing is a myth. That's like us as humans, we actually use our entire brains. We just use different parts of our brains to do different things. Yeah. Right? It's like this part of your brain is going to be responsible for one thing, and another part of your brain is going to be responsible for something else. And like they've done the research, even like people doing brain surgery on brains have stumbled across certain things accidentally, where they're like poking into their brain. Like let's say a doctor cuts open a brain, he's trying to remove a tumor, malignant tumor. This person is going to die of this tumor if it's not removed. And they found out like certain parts of the brain, you poke this, and this guy's his arm's gonna move. You poke a different part, his eyes are gonna pop open.
Reflex.
And it's like, it's like certain parts of the brain can control certain things. And it's like, it's just the fact that there's so much about the human brain that is still unknown. Like we know less than 1% of the information that goes into why your human brain works the way it does. What creates a mind.
And as you said that's where many people around the world find the whole 10% concept or theory, if you will, debatable. Proven examples where there was 70, 80-year-old women who could barely walk, but when they saw a loved one fighting for their life with a car nearly crushing them, they didn't think about, I'm 70, 80 years old, how can I lift this? They just did some straight superwoman shit.
That's our body's adrenaline system.
Yeah, that, and also
that's always been an impressive thing to doctors. Like, but yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah,
that's why I said debatable. It's debatable because it's like, okay, things that usually happen on where we're induced with adrenaline or impulsive outtakes. What if we was able to do those things on mere command? That's where the concept of conditioning comes in. You ever notice? We naturally breathe instinctually until someone says, "Yo, Al, you realize you're breathing, right?" Now you counting your steps and breathing, like,
like, believe it or not, you make a good point there, because there are people, like certain parts of the world, that have been trying to train their bodies. They're trying to like train themselves to be able to activate an adrenaline rush on command. Right? There are people that are actually literally out there trying to do that, and what's crazy about it is some people think that they could achieve it through meditation. Some people think that if they do enough things that trigger their adrenaline and they could get their body to memorize that feeling, they could trigger that feeling on command. And there are people out there taking radical steps, but at some point, somebody's going to crack the code. And your body creating adrenaline is going to move from an instinctive survival mode to a normal everyday existence.
Right. And it's funny you said that, as we all are comics and anime fans, and the franchise Baki, when he was a teenager, one of his opponents to help him further, his credentials as a all-out fighter was this military vet that was able to channel his endorphins on command. And the endorphins is what drives our adrenal glands and stuff like that. He was able to do it on command to where he's able to react to things quicker. He's able to coordinate and be cognitive to things quicker. things like that. Now, I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's
I was the
definitely
only one watching Baki.
yeah. I was just watching Baki before I came here. But talking about the first season of Baki when he was only like 13, 14 years old, one of his opponents was able to have that ability, and when I guess they squared up or whatever and then became friends, Baki tried it. Now, to the average mind, what I'm about to say, most people's gonna be like, that's ridiculous. I guess Baki, he went to the Grand Canyon and literally threw his body down so he can trigger his endorphins on command. Yeah. Now, like I said, I'm stressing. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's false. But imagine
being able to control it.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, even like, scientists have said this their entire lives, and Rogan's talked about this, that the whole thing with, remember, every 7 years, how your body changes cells?
Yes.
And your cells
10 to 12 years. It's an evolutionary transition change.
I mean, I was growing up to, like, her, like, every 7 years your cells, they die and they refresh themselves and shit.
Yeah.
But even Joe has said, like, during scientists, they still can't pinpoint and, like, what stores memory and, like, in what part of our brains.
They tell you that, like, the human brain is still a mystery, dude.
Yeah. No, because it's two things. Like, I've talked about this in the podcast, Alan. I forgot the exact phenomenon, but I've said this to you, and we talked about that. Like, how many times all three of us, it happens every fucking day to me. You'll be sitting there, like, I'll be on a fucking, everybody will be at their car, on a bus, you're at a red light, you're at a red light, look over, you see a hot ass chick, and instinctively you're thinking, like, damn, that chick is good looking.
She looks over at you.
I'd fuck the shit out of her. and she's talking to her friend, and there's 1,000 people all around.
And she looks right in your
eyeballs. This girl looks right at you, and you're like,
right.
And it happens, dude. That happens so often. Like, I'm telling you, like, you be in your car, you be walking the street, and you notice somebody, and it's like the minute you focus on them, they look right at you. Like, and that happens to almost everybody, and it's something that you don't pay attention to or notice until you get a little bit older, and you start to realize, like, there's something there, like, there's something that made this person look at me. Like, this person was literally walking in the opposite direction. They had to stop and turn around and catch my eye. Like, why? Like, and you know what's another thing that's going on in the world right now that I find unique and interesting? It's like, there are people now being born with things going on with them that science can't explain, but they almost feel superhumanish, right?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
there's a guy in India. There's there used to be this show on the History Channel, and it was like when Marvel first started getting popular, they started doing this show where they were talking about people around the world that have these weird and unique abilities. This is where I first came across this guy. But there's a guy in India that cannot be electrocuted.
Really?
Right? Yeah, he can't. I'm telling you that, like, what made him realize it is that he was down and out and depressed in his life, and he attempted to commit suicide. There's a high power line in India where apparently many other people had committed suicide on.
Yeah.
And this guy tried, and nothing happened to him. And he found out that way. That was the first time he found out that he can't be electrocuted. He went to different doctors, and they can't figure out why, because there's, like, nothing particularly different about his body. But for some reason, his body just doesn't, like, he can't get electrocuted. And it's weird. There's another story with a dude who doesn't feel cold. Like, he doesn't feel the cold. Like, it's cold outside. Like, he's outside, t-shirt, shorts, shoveling his snow. There's a lot of stories about, matter of fact, let me,
Wow, it says that, Naresh Kumar, who is also known as the human light bulb, says that he can let electric current flow through his body and does not feel the shock on touching live wires. In fact, the 42-year-old claims to simply plug himself to live wires when he is hungry, which makes him satisfied after 30 minutes. Holy shit.
Like, we are literally on the verge of evolving into X-Men.
This is from 2017.
And that's actually what, and it's funny as you mentioned that, it's mentioned that I guess the average person, based on universal studies, have 23 chromosomes, but yet throughout those studies, that makes us human, there's a 24th chromosome that's missing. That's where it's all tied in with the cerebral cortex theory, superhuman theory,
Yeah, I was right here.
and all that. And that's where the X-Men, the ones that are mutants, the X-Men, the Brotherhood of Mutants, Magneto and all them, they, I guess, possess the 24th chromosome. That gives them those metaphysical abilities to...
The X gene.
Yeah, the X gene, exactly.
Yeah, Al, because this came from this is from Gizmodo, and it says right there, it's like there are some people out there who possess powers and skills that can't be explained. Over the next few weeks, we're going to introduce you to some of them. Our first is Raj Mohan Nair, a man that's immune to electricity.
I'm telling you, dude, like when I used to watch that show, like that show was the first time I came across that guy, but then I see him, like now he's got a social media presence, but he's not the only one. There are like literally a bunch of people across the world who have these weird abilities and the scientists can't explain because there's nothing particularly different about their body from a medical science standpoint, but clearly there's something different about their bodies. Because if I grab onto a high power line, I'm going to pop like a balloon. Right, this guy, that high power line that he tried to grab onto, a bunch of people killed themselves on that line.
Right.
And he jumped down and grabbed it and nothing happened to him. Like he just can't be electrocuted.
I've said that before, like, what's scary with our brains and stuff is I feel like no one can really prove this, but I feel like the human mind, our mind is like a hard drive in the sense that like we have, every hard drive has like say a terabyte of hard drive or a terabyte of information on your computer. Once you download a certain amount of information, you stop downloading that. The human mind is infinite, but the problem is accessing the information because how many times I'll be at work or something, I'm thinking about, Chris, when's the last time you can like get in your head? All three of us, anybody listening, you can pull up a memory from a year ago, 6 years ago or something, just pull up a random memory from like, a time that such and such happened. I can't remember like, a time that when I was 7 years old, my 7-year-old Christmas, I was driving a fucking bus and instantly a memory hits me from when I was 8 years old. And that memory, you're thinking to yourself, wait, I haven't thought about this shit since I was 8 years old. Where did it come from? And like, I can't access my Christmas when I was 8 years old, but randomly it'll pop in my head. Wait a second. When I was 8 years old and back in like, 1987, I remember exactly the presents I got, the fuck what mom was doing, what dad was doing, but like, I don't control it consciously, but like randomly, everybody gets fucking memories that pop. And memories can be triggered by a smell. It can be a sound. It can be the most minuscule fucking thing. And you'll pop in a fucking memory for it to happen. You were 4 years old and like whatever, the fucking dog licked you or something. You fell off your bike when you were 4 and you're like I'm 40 fucking years old. I haven't thought about this shit in 36 years and I can't access it right now.
Back like it happened literally yesterday.
It could be a song, I could be eating a fucking pizza and I'd know where I remember fucking eating pizza back with my first girlfriend when I was 16 and shit and like it's like the information never went anywhere. The problem is how do we consciously access the information though? Because on your computer you can type in your computer like whatever, September 5th 1965, your computer pops information, it doesn't go anywhere. It feels like our brains are an endless hard drive, but the thing is we can't access that though. And like I was saying, what's scary is we are so fucking foreign knowing like the fraction of what our minds are capable of. You know what's a scary concept?
Minute, what if being able to completely access the potential of your mind is something that's very easy to do, but for some reason we're not doing it because nobody's told us that it could be done, right? Like just imagine
conditioning of habits.
Exactly. Like we're essentially just creatures of habits. Like we're doing the same thing over and over again, and we're living in existence because it's just what we see and what we know. And without somebody to say, hey, you could do this, like we just don't know how to do it because nobody's ever said it's doable. Because consider the fact of all the things you do in your life. The only reason you know that the things we're doing is doable is because we've seen it be done daily. It's like I don't know, dude. It's like just imagine that we had the ability all this time to like unlock your memories whenever, and you could have like a completely vivid recollection of everything you did at every step in your life. Like you literally pinpoint days down to the hour and second. Like I could go back to like my 14th birthday like you could imagine having that ability to like scroll through your entire life, but just we don't do it because we don't know that it's doable or how to do it.
Tony mentioned that, like Kevin Smith actually mentioned, I'm going to look up a second, Rhea Perlman, who's like, she's married to Danny DeVito, and she has a condition, which I'm looking up right now. Kevin was saying that she has the rare condition, very few people have this, she can actually fucking access her memories. She can tell you every day of her entire life. If you say Rhea, like, well, what happened on December 26th of fucking 1985, she can tell you exactly what happened for her that day.
See, that's because she has the ability to do it. Like that means that it's doable for all of us. Yeah. It just means that we don't know how. Like, she's got to write a book or tell a story on how she does it. Like, what?
That makes me ask, does anyone hear the Brohams and this great podcast? Are y'all familiar with a movie called Lucy?
Yeah, with what's her name? My baby mother. They're
Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, Johansson. My bad. Yeah. That movie pretty much gives the breakdown of what we're talking about productively and constructively back and forth and wanting to solve. And that's why I was saying the whole cerebral cortex, theory and things like that, where, because remember when she, I guess, had that stuff in her stomach, and when it got in her bloodstream, she was able to have super strength, a super, cognitive reflex. She was able to, how we was talking about the memory thing on command. And that's why I was saying, when it comes to the whole 10% thing, it's always going to be debatable, because things that we deem extraordinary, awesome, on what is maybe considered metaphysical, superhuman, or how some would say super heroic standards, it all is because it's considered a rarity, because when it comes to the display of averages, we don't really know anyone aside from the basics we might be able to do naturally. Oh, you know how to write? I know how to write. Oh, you know how to talk? I know how to talk. But then there's that one person who can just do what may be considered the impossible.
And like you say that, and the only thing I can think of to link to that is like somebody that is able to do the impossible, right? Think about in moments in history where a person is born that is considered genius, right? Everything he does and says is considered genius level. He's the guy. That's the guy that's able to do the impossible. Here's the crazy thing. What if we're all capable of that, but something in his development just triggered his switch and it didn't turn off?
Yeah.
Like, imagine.
I agree.
Yeah.
Facts.
Just imagine like somebody like Albert Einstein. I was like, when he was in the womb being developed, something in him was like, oh shit, we forgot to flick that switch to the normal position. His switch is on full tilt. So now he comes out of the womb fucking knowing how to do astronomical fucking math. The rest of us is like, what is he talking about?
Yeah.
right.
Like, it's like, because he's the guy that stands out. He's the one that is able to do that shit.
I was Googling this. This comes from cbc.ca. It says, total recall. Some people can remember every day like it was yesterday. It says, this teenager remembers the ID number of every garbage truck he has ever seen. In the Nature of Things documentary, The Memory Mirage, we learn that even our most precious memories may not be as accurate as we thought. Our brains change our memories, altering details and adapting them over time. It says, what if you can remember everything from your life, from what you ate for breakfast every single day to how you felt during every painful moment? Most humans have limitations about recalling it. It says this is called HSAM. Teenager Tyler Hickenbottom has a rare condition known as highly superior autobiographical memory. It's featured in the show, in this documentary. It allows him to remember every day of his life like it happened yesterday. The condition was first identified by neurobiologist James McGaugh when a woman named Jill Price approached him with questions about her unusual memory abilities. When offered her any date, she was able to recall what she did that day and what day of the week it fell on with incredible accuracy. She became the first person to be diagnosed with HSAM. So since then, more than 50 people have been identified as having HSAM, including Taxi actress Marlo Henner. I think that was, sorry, instead of Rhea Perlman, it was Marlo Henner.
You know what they should start doing? They should start taking those people's sperm samples and egg samples and making new humans. Because the next human in that line is going to be a fucking a scale above the rest by far.
Agreed. I know, and I know where you're getting at too. Pretty much generational gifting.
Because if they're both gifted and they could produce a complete off, because essentially they're both like one half of the possible potential that we could have. Like,
what is like the term, like, we've all heard this before, but right here, photographic memory.
Yeah,
you've heard about that shit. I don't have it, but
photographic, photogenic. Yeah,
I've heard the term before.
Yeah,
and it's something I feel like I said, they're like all these different abilities that people have. I just keep wondering to myself, do we all have these abilities, but just something happened with these guys where that switch that tells them turn it off just never turned off. Like they developed in the womb and that particular fucking safety feature didn't kick in. Like,
right.
So now they're born with these abilities that the average everyday person doesn't have.
Oh, let me pop out these last three for it gets too damn late because we killed a lot of time today. But let's see. So there was a New York Post article, because I want to pop these out. So imagine, I've been an inmate in jail myself, but imagine being an inmate at jail. You're having a video conference with your girlfriend, wife, or significant other. Florida woman was busted for masturbating, exposing herself during a jail visit. She was exposing her breasts and masturbating during a virtual visitation session with an inmate. Oh boy.
Damn.
Yeah, they called her, and then, of course, they arrested her and locked her up. And okay, so she was, I guess, visiting. They didn't say the kind of inmate, but I'm assuming her boyfriend or something. She was having a virtual fucking session and just starts fucking flicking the bean.
I ain't mad at her. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Like, so it's just the reality of life.
This one I'm going to talk to Celine about because, of all the fucking things we've talked about here about the way that we're going to fucking die, this just wouldn't have been one of them. So, oh boy. If you ever come home and your girlfriend or wife is acting kind of funny, you may have to be careful. But a Brazilian woman, she confessed, this woman was trying to kill her husband. She wanted a divorce from her husband, and she was trying to find a way to kill him. So what she did was,
wow.
It's hard to talk about this shit because it's so fucking stupid, but like, she confessed to trying to kill her husband by putting poison in her vagina, then asking him to have oral sex on her.
Would have worked on me.
Why do I have a feeling this backfired?
It did. The bizarre murder plot, dubbed the Cunning Cunnilingus. Jesus Christ.
The Cunnilingus.
Yeah. So the 40-year-old man who has not been named says his wife was trying to lure him into bed and encouraged him to perform oral sex on her. Then he started getting suspicious when he noticed that an unusual smell was coming from her vagina. Fearing that, so he felt that maybe she's sick or something. Maybe something's going on. Why does her pussy smell so odd for her? So then he takes her to the hospital. Then, of course, they did medical tests on her, right? Revealed she doused her vagina with enough of a toxin to kill both her and her husband, not realizing when you douse poison in your fucking pussy, there's not the biggest amount of membranes and fucking thick skin. It's going to seep inside of you. So it almost
absorb it.
Exactly.
Almost took her out. She almost lost her life being stupid.
Oh, show him while barely holding her head up and shit.
Head bobbing. I'll get you, you son of a bitch.
It says it's confronted with the test results. She then she confessed to her crime. It is believed she hatched the bizarre plot after asking her husband for a divorce, which he did. So she asked her for a divorce. He said no, and she's like, "Okay, I'm going to take care of this myself." Then,
see, and this comes back to this whole thing I was talking about earlier. Like, why, if a woman wants to get away from you, I keep hitting this damn button.
Oh God!
If a woman wants to get away from you, let her go, dude. Like, the minute she wants out, let her go. Because holding on is only going to make both of you unhappy, dude. Like, that's just a fact. She wants a divorce, give it to her.
This is what's kind of weird. So, the woman has received medical treatment. Okay, she's alive. But then her husband plans to sue her for attempted murder.
I would too. Like, you know what? That's one of them things where you shouldn't have to sue her. She should get arrested automatically. Like, you put poison in your vagina, in an attempt to kill me. Like, you were trying to take my life. Like, that should be a jail charge.
Oh, see, I like this. This says vagina homicide is, needless to say, a highly unusual crime for the police.
Damn right.
So, of course, the Jezebel website points out that poisoning someone through your vagina is not a good idea because your vagina is fairly absorbent, and shoving a bunch of poison into it will probably hurt you as much as the person you're trying to kill.
Dumb.
Like it says,
dumb.
Like this. The reporter says the fact the man rushed his wife to the hospital despite her death by vagina plotting suggests that chivalry is not dead.
So she tried to kill him and he saved her life. That's crazy. Like,
Jesus Christ. Next time Selena's a Christian, want to go down on me? Like, why? Like, honey, what's that smell? Like, oh, don't worry about that. Like, so, here's the fucking last article for tonight. We're done. After here, Al, I had this point of view in the sense that, like, the conversation we've had talking about family and friends and stuff, is there ever a situation, do you think, that you would want to bring your mother to court for a lawsuit?
Nah.
Okay.
There ain't nothing my mother's going to do that's going to make me sue her.
So, apparently you're a better man than this one. So, this shit's fucked up because, like, thank God I've got a messed up family. My family isn't this bad. So, this man sues his parents for thousands of dollars after they destroy his extensive porn collection.
Wow. That's a damn shame.
The fact that he's got a porn collection at his parents' house is a problem in itself. I mean, like, they deserve to, he deserved to have it destroyed.
It's fucking, it says he wasn't home and his fucking parents threw out his porn collection. He's suing his parents. So, here's the problem. The collection includes 1,600 DVDs.
God damn.
Jesus.
He's got a problem. They did him a favor. He's got a problem.
VHS tapes. Oh, well, that's just DVDs. VHS tapes, toys, other paraphernalia. Apparently, oh my God, he's suing his parents for $80,000 for destroying his porn collection.
Shit. They need to sue him for getting out of the goddamn house.
But what's worse is he's 42.
God damn it.
I almost dropped my fucking phone.
He's at home with his parents, and he's fucking got a porn collection in his parents' house, and mad at his parents for throwing it the fuck out.
Could you imagine this time being a judge when the guy walks in, you have to look at this guy in his fucking face, Your Honor?
If I was that judge, as soon as I heard what the lawsuit was, I'd have been like, case dismissed. This motherfucker gets nothing.
Oh, Christ.
You want to have a crazy porn collection? Get your own goddamn place.
In the lawsuit, he's saying that the value of the items is approximately $25,000, but with his lawyer stating that Mr. and Mrs. Working should pay their son triple the value of the items, which he believes are warranted given the wanton destruction of the property. He continued by saying this was a collection of often irreplaceable items and property. So, of course, his father sent him an email saying that, frankly, David, I did you a favor.
Facts. This is a fact. This is a whole fact. That dude's got a problem. That's a problem. When you got this much porn paraphernalia laying around, like, you have got a problem. You're mentally disturbed.
It says, throughout this communication, his father accused him of owning incestuous and, pedophilic porn amongst his collection, according to the Holland Sentinel in Michigan. A later court ruling found this to be false, stating that all of the content was legal. But he filed the law against his parents in federal court, accusing his parents of illegally destroying a large amount of pornography that he had left behind at his parents' house when he moved out after a brief time living with his parents.
Okay, so he wasn't even living there, but he left the shit there.
Yeah.
Smart.
Well, he was living with his parents for a short time period after his divorce. I wonder why you got divorced for. And then, so he lived with them, then moved out and left 1,600 DVDs on top of, that's just DVDs, on top of the VHS and the toys and who knows what else. So his dad sends him an email like, son, I did you a favor.
I agree.
So he had a pornographic membrolio.
I agree. He had a fucking, his father
Christ.
did him a solid.
Awesome.
Got rid of all that shit.
Well, I'm about to say goodbye. So have you oh shit, we'll talk about this next time, but I've been following like more and more stuff about the whole Gabby incident. Like now I did see a fucking video on YouTube about the cops and the body cam footage, and it's gonna be more controversy until they catch this motherfucker. But now, of course, people like what they do. They want to fucking blame somebody. They're angry. Now, of course, they're blaming the fucking cops for not doing their job properly. And that's going to be a next topic because, the term I've read 1,000 different comments the past 3 days is the term Monday morning quarterback. Because, like, well, if the cops would have done this, it's like, so, of course, now they're fucking blaming the police for why this guy killed his girlfriend. Like,
you know what, though? You can't say the cops are blameless. This is the thing. When the cops get a phone call that says there's a domestic situation going on, this guy's beating his girlfriend up or whatever. Like literally, this is my thing, right? If a call wasn't put into the cops because they thought that something was wrong, I would say all right. Like if the cops had just randomly pulled him over and they had a conversation and then let him go, I'd have been like, you know what? There's nothing the cops could have done. But the fact that they were called, somebody made the call, multiple people made the call that got the police out to the scene. Then the police decided everything is fine, let him go, and then the girl ends up dead. Like, you can't say they're 100% blameless. I'm not pretending that I know what they should have done differently. Like, I'm not going to pretend that, I know what the answers are or how things should have played out. Right. But we can't act like they didn't get called to the scene before this guy killed this girl. Like they got called. Multiple people put that call in. They got called out to the scene. They interacted with these people. They let him go, and then he killed the girl. I
have to mention this before we head out, but like, I'm not sure if you guys heard about do you have any fucking feelings about Dog the Bounty Hunter?
I heard he was on the scene looking for the guy. I laugh. It made me laugh because everybody's acting like, oh, Dog's here now, so everybody go home. Dog's got it. But I'm like, this guy is a TV fucking star. Like I don't lend a lot of credibility to his fucking his ability to catch this guy. Like if Dog the Bounty Hunter actually finds this guy, I'll be impressed. Yeah. I'll be impressed that he actually pulled it off.
That's been a big thing for the past at least 48 hours as I'm reading a lot of comments saying like, now Dog is putting like all his time, effort, and whatever to catching this guy. And, some people aren't wrong in the sense that they feel like he's only doing this for the, fame.
It's a publicity stunt because if he finds this guy, it's going to catapult him back into the stratosphere of fucking being a famous bounty hunter.
And that part I understand. I also understand the fact that, like, Al, Lou, that if you're the fucking parents of this girl, no matter who catches the motherfucker, as long as somebody catches him, you don't want him caught. So it's like, that's what I'm like, I do get that, like, some people are like, hey, fuck Dog because he's going for publicity. But then again, these fucking, this girl's parents are like, yo, if Dog does catch him and the FBI and cops don't catch him, we don't give a fuck who catches the guy. Somebody better catch this motherfucker.
Like, I'll say this about that, right? If anybody's gonna find him, it's most likely gonna be the FBI. Like the FBI has got resources Dog can't even hope to be. Like he can't hope to be on the level of the FBI. Yeah. So if the FBI can't pull it off, listen, this is how skeptical I am of Dog the Bounty Hunter finding this guy before the FBI. If he manages to pull it off, I'm going to feel like this was an inside job somehow. Like, this guy called Dog and was like, yo, Dog, this is where I'm at. Come get me. If the FBI gets me, they're going to kill me. Like, this is where this is how far-fetched my thinking is. Because it's like, I'm like, Dog the Bounty, come on. Dog the Bounty Hunter is going to find this guy and the FBI can't. Like, the FBI is going to track this guy down before Dog ever could.
Like you said, Al,
I feel like they're going to find him, but I feel like the FBI is going to.
We'll be here next week, and a lot can happen in a week. And, like, you know what? If next week, if I read an article like, Al, Dog caught him, like motherfucker.
I'm telling you, I will be super impressed by Dog's ability.
I'm going to avoid any drinks we have during that episode because I'm going to be spitting everywhere. Dog caught. Dog the Bounty captured. Dog the Bounty Hunter apprehended.
I mean, his whole show and fame, he does catch fucking criminals. I mean,
yes,
we shall see.
But she chases after bail hoppers.
Yeah,
people that jump bail.
The last Dog the Bounty Hunter episode I remember watching was where it was somebody who was bail hopping. When he caught them, he slammed their face in a fucking Big Mac on the McDonald's table. I was like, damn, is that serious?
Yeah. So, well, thanks to both you guys. I'm looking at the fucking time. Ow, we fucking just killed 4 hours.
Nice.
So I'm just like, that's fucking impressive.
Word to big bird.
And I'm glad me and Lewis, three of us had I haven't touched the fucking Kraken in a year.
The Kraken set me up right tonight, I'll tell you that.
Damn right.
I am very happy to fucking share for the first time in my life. It took me 40 years to finally shit myself.
Mud butt.
I hope there's never a point in my life where I shit
Literal
myself.
doodle water.
Like I said, when she hears this, and hopefully, I can't wait till she gets to talk to Al. Just like I do appreciate the comments, but I'm laying there like, "You okay, honey?" I'm like, "Pretty good." And she walks up, she rubs my stomach. She's like, "Oh, I love you so much, my little pooposaurus." I'm like, "Fuck you," like, you know. And it's a fucking. I'm at fucking work. My phone pops up, and she's like, "How you doing? How you doing there, honey? Pretty good." Like, how's your asshole feeling? I'm like, I'm so glad I'm about to be single. I'm like, she spent all morning laying into me, and I'm like, oh man, fuck it.
Understand that Pooposaurus is never going away.
Yeah,
never.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, man.
Oh man.
Yeah, freaking. Then she's like, "Oh fuck!" I'm leaving the fuck house, give her a hug and kiss and stuff. She's like, "Okay." It's like, "Well, have a good day at work, sir. Shit's a lot." And I'm like, "Fuck you, fucking cunt, man!" Like, she's like, she's smiling, and I'm like, there will be some day I get you back for this. I don't know how yet, but like. I was like, you know what? Actually, what Al said, the Dutch oven.
The Dutch oven is the best. It's a 100% surefire way.
Yeah.
To fucking get your point across.
So I love the fact, like, because she's working right now, but it's like when she listens to his podcast, like, Chris, I'm so happy Al's back. He's made me fucking laugh, and I'm like, yeah, it's like that's how Al is. Al's breakdowns. But, so Lou, you want to say your goodbyes? So.
Peace,
I told on your
love,
mic.
and chicken grease.
I told on your mic and said, "Look right here. That's level 2. That's you." It's like you're freaking. The poor microphone's about to break. Like, who's got that?
That's the way. Let it all go.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do my whole spiel before we kick the bucket and get out of here. You know, protect your neighborhood. Yeah. Protect your neighbors. Do the things that keep you, your neighborhood, and your neighbors safe, healthy, and secure. Donate to your local fire station, your local police department, your hospital, the schools, the libraries. Help infrastructure in your neighborhood anyhow you can. If you can donate to anybody that's helping with the road repairs, bridges, everything like that. Do what you can to make sure that you are healthy, safe, and that your neighborhood and neighbors around you are safe as well.
Amen.
Yeah. All I'm going to say, guys, is I hope this week, this upcoming week is better than this past week that passed, and I'm just, it can't get no worse.
The Triceratops is tapping in.
I am taking a very, very long fucking break off of movie fucking butter. That's all I can say. Because I went to go freaking see Venom 2, and I was telling Al about it. It was pretty decent. And I noticed that you want some popcorn. I was, you know what? I'll take a large popcorn. You want butter? No, I don't want any fucking butter. And I ate the freaking popcorn. I picked up Selena. She was, how was the movie? I'm like, my stomach kind of hurt last night. I'm thinking that was without butter. So I'm like, I think I'm starting to become like I have an adverse reaction to movie popcorn. Like my stomach, I didn't shit myself. My stomach was kind of hurting last night, and that was butterless popcorn. And I'm like, I'm done with popcorn with Regal Cinemas popcorn.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Damn.
Chris sounds like he is forever traumatized by butter.
No,
I know the next barbecue I ain't gonna offer. Yo, Chris, you want some bread and butter with that hot dog? No. Before we sign off, I come downstairs. I threw my fuck clothes right into the washer, and Selena comes out the bathroom. She's like, okay. I'm sitting down. She goes, Chris, what's wrong? I'm like, what? She's like, and look at my face. She's like, you look like you're really traumatized. What happened? I'm like, something happened to me. I got to talk to you about. She's like, Chris, seriously, what's wrong? And she had the look of horror. She's like, you look like something bad happened to you today. And I'm like, you have no idea. And like how it turns from pure concern to her sitting down laughing at me. I'm like, oh, like, at the end, she's like, no, I really am sorry, honey. She's like, no, I probably would have been
starting crying. I'm like, at one point I did start crying, but I'm like crying of just like this feels so fucking wonderful. It smells so awful, and I'm like, I didn't know the human body could produce that kind of fucking scent. Like, and I'm gonna be tagging people on Facebook, like, guys, if you want to have a good laugh, listen to the first 20 minutes of like my shitty day at work, and literally,
you should call this episode "The Terrible Relief."
Oh God. I'm an advocate now for fucking.
That is a good title.
They will be like, wait a minute, why is this episode called that? I'm gonna tune in.
I'm telling people right now, it depends. I used to crack jokes, and I'm a fuck advocate for depends right now. Like it can save your life.
That's definitely a good title right there.
The Diaceratops.
Yep. This shit is free, boys and girls, and you can't. As I would say, you can't make this kind of shit up because like.
Literally, I can't make
literally,
this shit.
you can't.
I wanted Susan to come down. Susan's like, Chris, what happened? I was like, Susan, remember those sugar-free gummy bear reviews we did? I'm like, I have my own. And she starts laughing. I'm like, listen to the podcast because she didn't come down. I'm like, you gotta. Look, I can't make this up. So, but
I say you can't make this shit up.
Let's sober up. I gotta drop you off, and yeah, good night.